Hi, everybody. Good morning. It's been a while since you guys have seen me. I know there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on in the background. But I do want to continue to provide my commentary for you guys on the trial that's going on right now. So I have to do so in a limited way. I have my notes from yesterday. If you guys didn't see the video that I put out yesterday with Brandon, I believe it's on my Odyssey. I don't know if it went on to Rumble, but it should be. Anyways, so I have some of my notes from yesterday that I want to read for everybody. So yesterday we had CHS Dan, the informant, Dan Chappell, the lead informant on the stand. And, he is just like Special Agent Oompa Loompa in that he seems to be unable to tell the truth. It's like an allergy or something. I've got Brandon with me. What's up, Brandon?
What up?
All right, so I'm just going to go over first the rest of my notes from yesterday about things that Dan said. So
Okay.
um, he said yesterday that both Impala and Chambers were both his handlers, that he met with them equally, which I find interesting because it's almost as if Dan was seen more as a colleague than an informant. Like he was treated like he is one of these agents, at least by them. That was the impression I got from that the way that he describes things and just the way that he talks about things.
Yeah, when you read their text messages, because most of their text message communication didn't actually get into court. Like
Yeah.
when you see like how regular people are kind of talking, you can tell that they're all on the same page. Like it's not like Dan's there and he is following their directions and stuff,
Hmm.
but they're on the same page. Like they're equal. They know what's going on.
Yeah.
They know what's going on ahead of time and they follow through with it.
Yes. Now, he was asked how he prepared for trial yesterday. He said that he met with the attorneys. I would ask, well, what about did you meet with the FBI agents? And I guarantee he did to prepare for it. But he then said he reviewed a lot of information and he reviewed video and audio. And what you'll notice with this is that Clown Man says we are living in an actual nightmare. Simply put, but use imagination when understanding simplified words. Unreal. Yes. No, that's very true. And so what you'll notice with Dan and with all of the other government witnesses is that they seem to have memory problems only when they are asked questions by defense lawyers. When it's the prosecutors on direct, they seem to remember everything, but like I was listening to Dan on Cross yesterday, and it struck me that he kept saying when he was asked about certain things that was inconvenient for them, he would say things like, well, this was 4 years ago. I don't, he'd say, I don't recall, I don't remember, I'm not sure. And then when pressed, he'd say, oh, well, this was 4 years ago. And then the lawyer's like, oh, so you can remember some of the things that happened 4 years ago, just not all of them. And so it's like, well, then how reliable is your memory of the events you say you do remember? It's like, so I just thought that was ridiculous, but very interesting too, that he himself said that. So he admits to rewatching video and audio recordings to, quote, refresh his memory prior to trial. And then he said that his testimony should match up with his testimony in the other trials. That
Oh,
is a
there's no way.
bold-faced lie.
There's no way that's happening.
No, I was already going through it yesterday. I had the transcripts from the federal trial. I'm looking through both of he testified on the 18th of March of 2022. Then he testified again on March 20th of 2022. So I was going through and comparing his 2 days of testimony at the federal trial, and we don't even have his transcripts from his testimony at the first state trial, this most
Oh yeah,
recent
because
one.
they've been late on it, right?
Yes. So
Yeah,
that court reporter did not file all of the transcripts. She filed some of them, but there were certain dates that she withheld. It was like I think 3 different days where the transcripts were missing, and like look, their lawyers need that for their appeal. The appeals have to be
yeah,
filed in a timely manner, and the appeals lawyers, number one, are new, so it's their first introduction to the case. They rely on the transcripts to have an understanding of like what is the case that I'm appealing. They
right.
need that. They
Because
need all of them.
yeah, not only do you have the initial discovery that is automatically going to come with the case, but the appeal attorneys have extra stuff to work through because they have the discovery they got to look through, and then they have all the transcripts on how it developed after. You know what I'm saying? How did they talk about the discovery? How did they talk about this piece of discovery? When you're initially going into a trial, you're not going to know how it's going to go because it hasn't happened yet, you
Yeah,
know?
exactly. Yeah, so I just think that that's funny, and that was a lie though. His testimony does not match up with his prior testimony, and we know that that is why I believe that they've been withholding the transcripts, some of those transcripts from the last state trial. I believe they did that specifically to prejudice this case in Antrim County by not having those transcripts ready for those lawyers to be able to use to impeach these witnesses, and say, hey, look, you testified at the last trial to this under oath, and now you're saying this. They're taking away their ability to do that. So I think that number one, that's going to be a big issue. But he continued also to represent himself as like a postal worker. He got real upset when he was asked about the distinction between him working for a company that contracts to the post office and calling himself like he wants to be a G man,
I was just about to say that, dude. He wants to be a G man so bad. Like, he's like, no, I work for the federal government. No, I do. It's like, no, you don't. Well, they pay my company, and then my company pays that money to
to
me.
me.
So
He
I
said
work
that.
for the federal government. I work for the post office. Like, okay, bro, whatever you want to tell yourself, you don't do that. There's not a UPS sign on your truck. Like, relax, bro. It's okay.
I know, that was so funny. He literally said that yesterday, that while the post office pays my company and then they pay me. And it's like, okay, but sir, you don't get a check from the federal government, correct? And he goes, correct.
Right.
Oh, there was some crazy stuff that came out yesterday too. And this is why I wish people were able to watch me talk about it in real time, because this is why we're going over this right now. So Oh, some of my notes are making fun of him. He was asked if he knows what a ghost gun is. Oh my God. I wish I could have seen the look on his face when he got asked that question, because he knows
Yeah.
about his little scheme with Ty Garbin. So
Yeah.
then they brought up his traumatic brain injury, which he himself admits harms his short term memory. And it's like, so I'm sorry, then why are you even here being presented as a credible witness when you can't remember things? And you seem to have selective memory issues as well. They talked about his ATV accident, which was, his injuries are not combat related. Like, they tried to portray him
Right.
as this war hero that like got injured in the line of duty, and this is just not true.
Well, in the
He
federal trial, they exactly said that these leg injuries and stuff like that were from combat. They called it combat injuries.
Yeah.
And our attorneys looked into that and said, wait a second, like, he got in an ATV accident. This is after the military. This is not because of
Yes.
the military. They're trying to gain that sympathy, and play that victim role.
Yes, and they also they wanted to play up like the hero role, like the war hero. They're like, oh,
Yes.
thank you for your service, blah 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 blah. These are the same people who mistreat our veterans. They don't care about them. So
No, not at all.
this was an interesting part. He was asked yesterday on Cross by Mr. Barnett. Does the FBI? How does the FBI pay you? Did they pay you cash? He tried to say no at first. He said you get envelopes of cash, and this is what Dan said. Nobody has seemingly noticed this, but I think this is incredibly interesting. Dan said, and I quote, I wrote it down word for word. So, like, you go to Chase, make a withdrawal, and they put it in like a little envelope when you're leaving the office there. So I'm sorry. does the FBI, are they giving credit cards to their debit cards to their informants? How exactly is this working? Is there
Yeah.
just an account that they're given access to? Is this a joint account? Is it like
Well, the
does
way
it,
you
how
just
much money is in it?
yeah, the way you just described it of what he said, it sounds like he's like once he gets done and he probably brings some recordings in to give it to him, they're like good work buddy or whatever, and then he has a card that he goes to the ATM with at the FBI office that's full of taxpayer dollars and swipes it and types in the amount to get, and they print it out in cash and he puts it in an envelope and walks out.
Well, what's weird is he said you go to Chase, make a withdrawal, and they put it in an envelope when you're leaving the office there. It almost makes me wonder if he
Oh,
goes physically into Chase and that the bank teller is apparently aware of this FBI account and giving him money. And then my question about this Chase bank account is, number one, how much money is in it? How is it
yeah.
accessible to these informants? Are they able to just take out money like thousands of dollars and say, oh yeah, we're paying ourselves? Like, what is the, I thought it was bizarre how he described that he's going into the bank and getting the money from the bank himself. He doesn't say, and this was interesting because Barry had talked to me about these envelopes that said Chase Bank on it. He said these informants had envelopes, white envelopes that said Chase Bank on them, and he was asking me about, like, is there a way we can look more into this? And I was trying to substantiate what Barry told me. Dan Chappell just substantiated it himself, that there's a Chase Bank account that is somehow being used to give these people money. And then I want to know, does the FBI, what is their relationship with Chase Bank? Do they have multiple accounts? Do they make a bank account for each informant? And then do they just put money in there that informant can withdraw? How does this actually work? I
Yeah, I
find
mean,
it
if
interesting.
if the FBI is associated with Chase Bank, like in any way like that, they totally have a relationship. And I guarantee you that's not the only place where that's happening. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They're probably doing it in more places. And
I think you're
that is
right.
kind of weird. That's kind of weird.
It is. And
Like,
I
why is
think,
it cash? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yes.
why don't they transfer money into like an account on a card? They're actually going, I like that's why they need to, dude. We need to see what's going on with the whole informant situation in the FBI. Like, what are your
Yes.
guys' protocols? Like, how much money is going into this? Because it's all secretive. I don't understand how they're allowed to just keep it completely secretive where nobody knows what these informants are doing. It's like, well, you guys can pay attention to what we're doing, the agents, but if we just ask these other guys to do it, then we can kind of skate away from any responsibility of the government holding anyone accountable because it's like these private citizens or whatever that are doing it.
Yeah. So he said that he wasn't. This is the other thing. He tried to explain away how much money he made. He claimed, number one, that he wasn't keeping track of money. Then he said that he claimed $5,000 on his taxes from this FBI work after saying that the money he received was quote unquote reimbursements. So they said, well, did you have $54,000 in expenses? Are they itemized? What were these expenses that cost $54,000? He goes, well, no, that included reimbursing me for my time, the time I took off of work. And they said, but your average pay at work is this. And like he was obviously getting paid basically for 15 to 17 weeks of work for the FBI. He made what he would make in an entire year
Right.
working for the trucking company he works for. So he claims he was compensated for his time, but they said, well, what if you've claimed 5,000 on your taxes? Did you have $49,000 in expenses? Then he said he sold his house at a loss, but the lawyer said, that's not true, is it? He said, you sold it for more than you bought it for, didn't you? You bought it for $184,000 and you sold it for $200,000. So he sold it actually at a profit, but he tried to argue, well, after closing costs and blah, blah, blah. It's like, could you just tell the truth, sir? You did not sell your home at a loss. You sold it at a profit. That is the truth. The FBI also bought him a $3,400 laptop computer, which I bet he's using to go to school right now. He also got a Samsung watch, a smart watch. He got a new phone because he claimed the battery on his old one wasn't working good. So, like, he got some goodies here in addition to this money.
Like really high end technology. Like I got a Galaxy S23, right? This phone is like $1,200. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He got shit like that, plus a tablet, plus a laptop, plus a what, like all that stuff together, dude. That's like 15 G's or something or more. That's a lot of money.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, and Crystal says, don't forget the new truck he got. Oh, I forgot about that. Thank you
Yeah.
for reminding me. That's right. Then he says that a large portion of the money he got came after the takedown as a, quote, witness protection kind of thing. He's referring to the $23,000 he was paid in December of 2020. But as I understand and what I recall from the first trial, that was a bonus. That was in addition to everything else. Oh, it's Jada. Jada, good to see you out there. Yeah, so that was in, I believe, and I'm going to double check. I believe that was in a bonus. That was a bonus in addition to everything else he got. But I will double check to be sure on that. But I'm
No, he
leaning
got
towards
bonuses.
me being right. Yeah, I'm leaning
Yeah, he
towards me
did.
being right. I'm
They
pretty
hooked him
sure.
up.
Because I think that was actually Dan Harris's lawyer that asked him about that, Julia Kelly.
Yeah.
Now, he was asked specifically if he was ever part of any group prior to the Watchmen, and he said no. This is interesting, and I think it's important because he claims that he first joined the group to maintain his, quote, perishable tactical skills or whatever.
Yes.
So he'd been out of the military for 10 years. So it just in 2020 is when he decided to join a group to maintain his perishable tactical skills, but he was also a firearms instructor. So why would he even need, like, his cover story makes no sense, guys. I'm sorry for how
No.
he claims that the algorithm directed him to a private Facebook page.
And I mean, plus we got to think too, like if this guy's, been a forward observer, he's been in the military, he's got all this experience, he knows everything, he knows what he's talking about. Why would you look for like kind of a very low trained, mediocre kind of group? If you're teaching people how to like, manipulate firearms and stuff, and you have a license to get CPLs and stuff like that, wouldn't you know some like more higher class people in that network? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like you
especially
just,
because we know these people network with each other. These they're veterans and stuff. Yes, of course, it would make much more sense that he would be with other people of that caliber.
yes,
Because you
exactly.
don't go backwards. You're not. I'm
No.
not gonna go join some group of kindergartners that are just learning to
Right.
write if I'm a writer and I've been writing for 20 years or something.
Yeah, like if you're a professional skateboarder or something, you're not going to go to like your local like, junior high skate park and go skate with a bunch of junior high kids, and you're sitting there doing 360 flips and shit, right, to maintain your skills. That doesn't even
you're
make
going to
sense.
seek out other people on your level or even on a higher professional level than you because you're going to want to get that from them. So I feel like this is just a silly story. So he was asked about, you'd been out of the military 10 years at this point. And then he admitted he'd worked security. He'd worked at a firearms instructor, and he was asked, so what made you join this group? And he really couldn't give an explanation. Now, he talked about training being part of OPSEC. He said there was mandatory training, which I don't believe to be true at all. And then he was told, you talk about all of this OPSEC, but you got into the group, right? It was pretty easy then, wasn't it? And he had to admit that, like, oh yeah, there wasn't really, you just had to answer 3 questions to get into the group, and all you had to do was provide the answer that you think these guys want to hear. Like, it's not hard. And so it's not like that wasn't really a thing. Then he was asked about the group was dividing and you were tasked with keeping the group together. He tried to deny that. And he was asked specifically by Mr. Barnett, that's Eric Molitor's lawyer. He was asked, Morrison walked away because of his wife, right? And he tried to say, no, he was still in contact with people online or in text messages and in these chats. And it's like, but he wasn't really involved in anything. Like after a certain point, you know, he kind of stopped being as involved as he was. Paul Bellar left in July, moved to a different area. He was asked about a group called the Brick Squad on Threema, and he claimed he didn't remember that. And then he was asked about the bonfire chat, which he also said he didn't remember. And again, so he's talking about he can remember everything when it comes to the government asking him what fits the narrative. Then he remembers all of these chats. He remembers direct quotes that were said to him, blah, 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 blah. He can contextualize everything, but now he claims he doesn't recall. He doesn't remember. And then Dan said that they wanted to create a quote unquote shadow group where Pete would be getting attention publicly in the media, but then these other guys wanted to keep a low profile. And it's like, okay, so the group was splintering. People had different ideas of what worked and what didn't. And he's like, no, this was a secret shadow group and Pete knew about it. And it's like, you did not say this at the federal trial. Where is this coming from, this shadow group thing?
Yeah, well, he acknowledged the bonfire chat and the other chat in the federal trial because on Threema, that was the main chat room, like for us. But, you know, because there was that splintering, he needed to try to make a group to connect everyone, you know, to get everyone else to get into the same chat group, and he wasn't able to do that completely. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he's simply lying again about not remembering the chats. They're the most popular chat rooms that we had, but he doesn't want to answer any questions about it. You know what I'm saying? Because if he acknowledges it, then they can start bringing stuff up from it.
Well, and then this is the other thing. Jada says, just like there was no training on this property until he arrived and he led everything. He lied about that. He tried to say it was Paul Bellar doing that and that he would just assist him as like a range safety person. And it's like, no, sir, you were seen as the leader of the group and you're instructing everybody and you're telling them you know better than them and that what they're doing is dangerous and blah, 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 blah. Like that's what you were doing. So yeah, he forgets what the quote unquote bonfire chat is. He claims that Chambers did not task him with keeping the Wolverine Watchmen together. Another lie. Dan admits he was given a very high level of training in the military. He was asked if he was a marksmanship instructor for the Watchmen. He tried to say no, that was actually Paul, and that Ty was some kind of competitive shooter or something. He was asked if he became the lead trainer. He tried to deny that. He claims that Joe and Pete wanted him to do things and then he would do them. Like every time he's asked about something he did, he has to recontextualize it and say, well, Joe said to do that, or Adam told me to do that. I was just taking direction from them. Yeah.
He always advocates responsibility for his behavior and just puts it on someone else and just says they asked me to do it, just like an order follower. Oh, they asked me to do it or they did it, but really he's the one that did it.
Yes.
On his own.
He was asked if he became a leader within 2 weeks. He first tried to say, no, that's not true. Not until June. I wasn't made the XO until June. And it's like, sir, within 2 weeks, you had taken over the group and everybody saw you that way. Just because you didn't officially put it on paper until June doesn't mean that like you weren't doing these things that you were doing. He says that on June 3rd is when he officially on paper became the XO or executive officer. He was asked about what trainings he was part of. He said he was present for trainings but didn't train them. What?
So he did train us, and then he didn't train us, and then he
Yeah.
did train us, and he was
But
the
then he
leader, but he
didn't.
wasn't. Okay.
Yes. Right.
Yeah.
And then he was asked if he rented a Suburban to take everyone to Wisconsin. And then he says, I paid for it and then was reimbursed by the FBI. And it's like, okay, could you just answer the question, sir? The FBI paid for the trip. They
Right.
paid for the rented vehicle. Yes or no? It doesn't matter that you paid for it first and then were
Right.
reimbursed.
I
The
doubt they let you
FBI
go
paid
without
for it.
food. Yeah. I doubt
Exactly.
they were like, hey, can you cover us for this? By the way, like, you're going to be hungry this week because we need you to cover the rent for this vehicle
Yeah,
here. I
that's
doubt
not
they
how
let that
any of
happen.
this. No, that's not how any of this works. But I just thought it was funny how he tries to like diminish what the actual facts are, which is that the FBI paid for the trip. They paid to rent the Suburban vehicle to drive everybody to Wisconsin. They did
Yeah.
that. And that's what he was trying to get out of. And then he was asked, Agent Impala was aware of that. And then he claims that he himself was not aware of other informants until, quote, after the takedown. Marby is absolutely correct. The FBI did the same thing to Black Muslims in Liberty, Florida, 2004. Yes, they've been doing this forever, and they continue to do it. They just pick different boogeymen at different times, but that is correct. He was asked, he said, Dan, you testified before that CHS Steve was the organizer of Cambria. At this trial, he tried to say he didn't know who was the organizer of Cambria initially. And he was asked, well, you previously testified that it was Steve. And then he replies, quote, I'm not sure who organized Cambria. I know it was put on him and Barry Croft. I know it was put on by him and Barry Croft. Okay, so sir, you just said you don't know who put on Cambria, and then you respond and say, I know it was put on by him, meaning CHS Steve and Barry Croft. So
You
you
know, but
don't
you don't
know, but
know.
you know, and then throwing in that Barry was putting it on. Sir, Barry lives in Delaware.
Delaware.
He does not live in Wisconsin. He was not the owner of the property. He was not putting it on. This is
No.
just ridiculous and nonsensical. So again, though, this is what I mean where I believe that Dan is almost worse than Oompa Loompa with his constantly adding fake context to things and justifications of Adams said, Adams plan, blah, 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 you know, bury this. Like they know that they have to try to make it look like they're not the ones who organized the entire thing. So they have to say Barry helped put that on. That isn't true at all. And I believe that he even admitted that at the federal trial. So this is hilarious. He asked if he claimed in prior testimony that it was CHS Steve who put on Cambria. And he says, quote, I can't recall. Oh, how convenient. Of course. And then he was asked, was CHS Jenny at Cambria? And he said, yes, but she wasn't in that group photo that he took. And he said, the lawyer, Mr. Barnett, said, okay, so Cambria was just routine training. And then CHS Dan said, there was an evil purpose. They tried to lie and say earlier, Dan said that it wasn't a family friendly event, that it was aggressive and hostile and violent, which is just ridiculous. I literally have the Facebook post from Steve where he says that it's going to be a family friendly event. So I don't know why they're going to lie about stuff like this. Here is Steve, June 22nd on Facebook. Okay. He says, and I quote, an event scheduled for the group is FTX Cross Train Multi-State, July 11 to 12, Forge Road, Cambria, Wisconsin, hosted by Steve Roby. Weekend event to include medical live fire range, KILLHOUSE, / with breach and entry stack, close quarter weapons protection. If time, knife and hand to hand. Lunch and dinner Saturday, breakfast and lunch Sunday will be provided. We are a family / community oriented organization. Kids are welcome. We have a huge pool and activities for them and daycare on site.
Right.
GUNS, up long live the Republic, or you can come the night before and set up camp or drive down Saturday early, your choice. Bring what you want to run with. If you don't have WEAPONS or want to train and run on something else, we do have plenty, but you have to pay for whatever ammo you run through. And so, Dan,
Pretty obvious that
doing?
everybody's welcome.
Pretty obvious that this is a family-friendly event. In contradiction to what Dan said under oath,
there's daycare.
Yeah, he was
daycare. Come on.
Right. There was a child's birthday party or something. So
Yes.
This to me is bizarre that he is once again claiming he doesn't remember who put on the event, and then tries to say, well, then claims it was Steve and Barry. No, Barry is not mentioned anywhere in that post. That's Steve, and it's his group in Wisconsin. Remember, Steve is posing as the head of the Wisconsin chapter of a fake group created by the FBI called the Patriot 3%ers. Now, he was asked by Mr. Barnett, quote, "Didn't Impala and Chambers tell you Robeson was going to be putting on this thing?" And Dan says, "I can't recall." He claims he attended training there, but didn't lead it. He was asked if he was once again initiating ideas. And he says, quote, "You sent a text to your agents saying you were building your resume, didn't you?" And then Dan said, "Well, that was just a joke." Really?
A joke about what?
Yeah, exactly. And then he was asked if he made the Watchmen more dangerous with his training, and he said no. So it's like, okay, so were they dangerous or not? Hello, this is the thing that I find amazing. There's these different stories going on with these people. Crystal says, every time Peter Joe suggested weapons defense training, Dan said no and said they need offensive training. You need to know how to retrain without weapons for security. Dan said no. Wow. Amazing. Okay, so he says that Joe had met with Adam before he did. So this is another thing I believe to be a lie. He claims Joe Morrison met Adam Fox first. No, because I'm pretty sure I've seen the messages where Dan is saying to Joe, like, he's trying to vouch for Adam and bring Adam in to the group. He said that Adam and the Watchmen were both a threat to the governor and that they were, quote, coming together. And it's like, sir, you brought them together, did you not? Yes. He says they were, quote unquote, communicating. Now, he's asked about Frank Butler. How did you get in contact with Frank Butler? Dan says that Barry brought Frank to the Dublin meeting. Barry brought Frank. I don't believe that's true at all.
No, I don't.
No.
I don't
Frank
think so.
Frank was the Virginia target. Barry lives in Delaware. As far as I know, they had only known each other from online, maybe.
Well, I know Frank Butler can't drive. I know that. He's unable to drive. He's not allowed to drive. So someone came and picked him up, and I think it might have been one of the other informants that we haven't really been able to one that hasn't been named yet, at least, you know what I mean? And I think that's how he got there. But Barry wasn't the one to be driving around. He always was picked up by someone or something like that.
Yeah. So this is just ridiculous. And then he said that Frank wanted to, quote, kill his governor. And he was asked if he provided materials and drones for his plan, for Frank's plan. And Dan claims that he doesn't recall how he got the, quote, BOMB recipe that he himself texted to Frank Butler and then directed Frank to double the ingredients. How do you not know where you got that from? And I believe that we saw from the text messages with Dan and Chambers that Chambers was telling him to send that to Butler, to Frank
Yeah,
Butler.
yeah. Well, Chambers was specifically telling him after there wasn't really a whole lot of communication, he's telling him to call Frank, right? So I'm looking through Discovery and you know, you can put the pieces together. You see the dates on the text messages, and then you go into the audio and you see, okay, this is the date he called them. You know what I'm saying? So it's like in real time almost like, and he calls them and you get to listen to the whole phone conversation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And you listen to him say everything to him and stuff like that. A lot of it's just normal conversation, but a lot of it's like him suggesting certain things. And he does tell them to do that, you know,
Yeah.
but something that wasn't able to get brought in is that like, you know, when the FBI meets up with all of these people, there's like hour, 2 hour, 3 hour long sit downs where they're in the interrogation room. And Frank Butler went through one of those. And these agents are asking him about Dan. You know, they're asking him about certain people. And he's literally telling them, like, yeah, dude, I don't know. I think Dan's a Fed. You know, and he's talking plain as fuck with them, dude. Or I mean really plain with them. You know what I'm saying? He's talking very plain. And he, you know, he's like, yeah, I think he's an op. You know, he just kept asking me to do a bunch of stuff and stuff like
Oh
that. And I'm
my
like, he knows what's
God.
going on. And what they
Because
wound up doing,
Frank didn't build it, by the way. Thank God.
no, he
Dan
didn't.
sent him the ingredients, but thank God Frank had some sense to know, don't
Yeah.
do this, because he could have um killed himself and his wife.
Yeah, he told him to double the ingredients for testing purposes specifically. So he like actually wanted him to try to test it, you know,
Yeah.
and that's super dangerous. But what they wound up getting Frank on, I don't know what happened after. Maybe they dropped it, but they were trying to use leverage against him by charging him with an SBR charge, short barrel rifle charge. So essentially he had an AR pistol, right? But he put a foregrip on it.
Hmm.
And that automatically changes it into a short barrel rifle.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, so it's like a similar charge that Dan Harris had, and they put that on him and they took it. They took it from him, but like didn't never follow through with it. I think
So
they
weird.
realized like, well, we can't really use him with anything because there's too much incriminating evidence on our side with us trying to
Yeah.
go after this guy. So we're just gonna
Yeah.
forget about this.
But they still do the one charge. Danielle's right. She says, like Randy Weaver. Exactly like Randy Weaver. This is Pat Con all over again. That's what I have been saying. You know, that's Randy Weaver, of course, is from Ruby Ridge, and it was a very similar situation there. I think they still give them these charges, though, as an intimidation so that they don't testify for the defense. I think
Right.
that's why they did that with Frank, but they didn't go all the way because they knew if we tried to charge him as like a co-conspirator, you know, this is going to go very bad for us because we tried to push way too hard here. And it's very dangerous what they were doing. So let's see. He claimed that Adam said, this was when they asked Dan about this so-called, so they alleged different things. They said Adam had a plan to like storm the Capitol or something. He was asked about this, and Dan says that Adam claimed the Michigan Liberty Militia and the Watchmen would be on board for his plan to, quote, storm the Capitol. And then he was asked, well, didn't he say he would need like a contingent of 200 to 300 men, like all highly trained or whatever, to do something like that? So he's like, well, yeah. And he's like, so what do you have there with the MLM and the WW group? About 45 people. So he's still like 180 people short. It's just
Right.
like, this was nonsensical. And then
Yeah.
he was forced to, CHS Dan was forced to admit these guys did nothing actually illegal when they protested at the Capitol at Lansing. Even when they went inside with their firearms, there at that point there was no law about that forbidding them to be in there armed. And so nobody actually got charged with anything. Nothing actually happened. Dan tells this story of how he was told, or that he heard Pete saying something about wanting to grab Whitmer, as her security detail, kind of like shuffled her out the back of the building or something. And there doesn't seem to be any evidence that that's true. Like, that clip wasn't played. We didn't get to hear it. We're just supposed to take his word for it. And then Impala said something similar, but again, it was a little different, and there's still no clip to say that that's true or to show that that actually happened. And then the guy from the Michigan police who testified first yesterday, he's not a detective, Captain Green, he also had to admit that they knew in advance these guys were coming, and they increased security because the state troopers told them that the watchman would be there and all this other stuff. So, first of all, nobody was in danger, but that guy said, oh yeah, these men looked like they were gearing up for war, or that they were ready for a war. And it's like, oh, you say that, but like, then nothing happened. Like, nobody actually tried to do anything. So you keep calling these people like violent and saying they're dangerous, but I mean, here they were armed inside the Capitol building in Lansing, and like, they're not doing anything. They don't try to do anything.
And they're coming. Like, they're coming. So when they show up, you can't sit there and act like, oh, I'm scared. I didn't know what they were going to do. The tension was so high.
Exactly.
It's like, dude, you were told that they were going to be there. You know what's going on. Like, you guys already had this planned out. Like, Don't try to act scared.
Right. And you even know that the FBI has their people all around the
area.
Right.
The feds are there and all that. You got state police there. You got FBI there. That there's drone surveillance and everything, and people in the crowd, informants in the crowd, and all that. You know what's going on, bro. Don't sit there and try to act all scared like that. I hate when they do that.
And again, he had to admit that, yes, they did know in advance. All of this was coordinated in advance. And almost like scripted, like it was for, to get a movie or something, to get the media narrative, the photo op, whatever. Now, he claims, he was asked, when did you actually meet Adam for the first time? Remember that this is something that has been, since the first trial, has never been answered. Nobody has been able to tell me when Dan first makes contact with Adam Fox. When do they first meet? He refused to do it today or yesterday. He wouldn't answer. He claims he doesn't know. He says maybe June 18th, but then they asked him, but you said in April that you saw Adam. And he goes, that's right. And it's like, okay, so when did you actually first meet him? Because you say that Joe Morrison met Adam first, and that's clearly a lie. So then he goes, he was asked if he attempted to get other people to go on the daytime ride-along or so-called daytime surveillance. He said no, which is a lie. He was then asked about Jason Chambers' text message to him, asking him to, quote, maximize attendance. That wasn't Adam saying that. That's Special Agent Chambers. He said that Eric didn't provide the address at the daytime recon. And then he said that Adam looked at a, quote, schematic for Whitmer's house on Realtor.com. A schematic. First of all, I don't believe that there is a schematic of her house on Realtor.com. Second of all, so what you're saying is anybody could go to Realtor.com and just find this information about her. So that was funny. There was discussion about her boating company. I didn't know that she had a boating company and that her husband was a big boater, but apparently that was something that Adam had seen in an article. Please pin Danielle's link. Okay, let me see if I can do that. Where did it go? I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to read from my notes. Okay. Yes. Okay. So of course they're definitely messing with the stream. Well, they just don't want people watching at all. I mean, they're trying to shut down any of our commentary on this.
Yeah.
So Zillow was also mentioned. Uh, they brought up the pics from Realtor.com. Adam, when he was saying that's it, that was picked up on audio, he was actually referring to the stuff he was seeing on his phone. Then this was interesting. The lawyer asked the CHS Dan about the use of steroids, and the judge said, "Okay, we're going to go to a break." He was saying, Eric brought up steroids on this car ride, right? Let's talk about the use of steroids. And then the judge says, "Okay, afternoon break." Then they come back in. It's just that doesn't get brought up again. And I'm thinking to myself, that's crazy. That they can just, well, that's, I think, important to know. If Adam was using steroids or was abusing steroids at this time, that has a bearing on his mental stability. Like that it's a hormonal, it changes your hormones and makes you more aggressive.
Yes, he was using steroids. He was.
Yes. And I believe that is something that, that's why he was excited. When you hear him on the audio, he sounds very animated, like almost agitated in a way. And you can tell that when I interviewed him in Newaygo County, he was finally off of all that stuff. And he sounds like a different person. And, he said he felt more like himself. This is true. And this isn't to make, no disrespect. I understand this, why men, Hollywood sells them this image of like the use of this stuff to performance enhancing or whatever. It is real though. 100% it is. And I believe that this is also part of the reason he was targeted, is that they knew, number one, he's homeless, living in the basement of the back shack. No one will care about him if we frame this guy. Number two, he's the perfect patsy. Here's somebody who's already abusing steroids. Now let's just pump them with all of this stupid ideas, and fuel their anger, fuel their feeling of isolation, of desperation. I mean, one of the things we talked about last week was how Dan would repeatedly complain to Adam about how awful he was being treated as a veteran, how he needed to have this surgery and he's in so much pain. And this is getting Adam very upset because Adam sees Dan as a father figure. And he thinks that, here's his father figure suffering in pain because of the government not taking care of the veterans. And Adam, to the point, like Adam's buying him food and all of this other stuff. It just makes me so angry. So that never got followed up on though. After the break, Dan was then asked about if there was a conversation that took place talking about working security at Menards, and a discussion about someone named Sam Riley, who I believe that Adam had gotten Eric security jobs working with before. And of course, Dan doesn't recall at this point, as usual with everything. And then he said, well, at the restaurant there was one point where you were teaching these guys, you're having a discussion with Eric and Adam, and you're talking about at the tavern how to figure out which eye is your dominant eye, like as a shooter. And Dan came up with this trick where you go like this, you make a triangle with your hands, you do something, but it just further shows that Dan in this situation is seen as the leader, as the most knowledgeable, as the teacher, and here he is giving pointers to the less experienced Eric and Adam. But then he's also expecting us to believe that Adam's the one telling people what to do. Adam's the one giving directions. Sir, I don't think so. So that was Dan teaching the group. Dan also apparently has something called aftermarket tint on his windows of his vehicle. I don't know what that is or, where you get that. I'm sorry, I'm not like an expert on tinted windows, but from what I understand, aftermarket tint, don't you have to get some kind of like, you can't have your windows too tinted because if you get pulled over by police, they need to be able to see in your vehicle. From what I understand, in order to have aftermarket tint on your vehicle, you have to there's some process you have to go through to get permission to do that, from what I understand.
Yeah,
But
you're
I'm
not
not an
technically
expert on
supposed to have
this.
it.
Okay. I'm not an expert on it, though. If chat knows anything about it, let us know. Uh, so he then says that Eric did not stay back at the truck when they were at the boat launch, but Eric is not on any of the tapes. He's not on any of the audio, his voice. He's not in any of the video or pictures. So it's bizarre. Then they brought up a woman named Patty, who Adam got high with, smoked pot with at the boat launch. I think that Eric smoked with her too. And this is just to show, we're told that this is supposed to be a super serious recon or something. Here is Adam.
He's just driving around in a truck smoking
Yeah.
weed and stuff.
Yeah, meeting apparently a girl and spending the day with her. And then her mom ends up on the jury or something at one of the trials, which also, I mean, guys, you could not make this stuff up if you wanted to. And then
if it's really something that serious, I mean, you're not hanging out and just smoking bud and, lollygagging around and, looking at the beach and stuff like that. I mean, it's obvious that there is no direction on him. All the direction is coming from the feds.
Yes. He said that Adam was doing quote unquote intel because he was asked about a point where he says at one point, when you guys get done with this so-called recon, Adam, so the government has said that maintained this narrative that these guys wanted to do this kidnapping before the election. Okay, that Adam had a deadline of November 3rd election, but Adam apparently said in the vehicle, and it's picked up on audio, he says, we would need to do maybe 3 or 4 more of these recons, and talked about that this would be something that maybe happens next year, next summer, next spring. So Adam is trying to push, he's trying to appease Dan, but he's also trying to kind of like, he keeps trying to get out of Dan, pushing him to have an end goal or a plan and an objective, because throughout this entire thing, it's Dan that is pushing Adam to come up with the plan, have a goal, have an objective, blah, 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 blah. So Adam apparently was picked up saying like, oh yeah, maybe we'll have to do this 3 or 4 more times, maybe next year, next summer, next spring. So he's obviously doesn't have a November 3rd deadline or whatever. And it doesn't seem like he wants to do it. It seems like he keeps trying to get out of this, and he keeps putting it off or making excuses, but he doesn't want to upset Dan. That's how it appears. Dan's explanation for Adam saying that is that Adam was wanting to do a continuation of gathering intel. So POL, and he has to explain that POL means patterns of life, developing in furtherance of his plan. Dan, Adam is not military. He's never been in the military. He doesn't know what POL is. He doesn't know.
Right. When you listen to them, like, you can hear the terminology that they use. Like when the agents talk or when, Dan talks, they use that specific type of terminology. And when you listen to the audio recordings of like Adam and Barry and stuff like that, they really don't talk like that. They talk normally,
Yes, exactly. They don't say things like that. And we have lots of things to compare it to. We can look at Adam's messages and how he talks. Adam does not say things like that. And he wouldn't know what that is. He didn't do intelligence gathering for the military like Dan.
Right.
This is Dan's words, Dan's terminologies. And it's, again, Dan is using his military skills of being counterinsurgency, and he's applying that to American citizens. This is COIN. Look it up, friends. Counterinsurgency.
Yeah, he's running psyops on everybody.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And I believe he did it in Iraq. So anyways, he makes that up. And I mean, that just is a bold-faced lie. Adam would never say, I'm doing a little POL intelligence gathering in furtherance of my plan. please, sir. He was asked if he talked to and told Agent Impala and Jason Chambers, Special Agent Chambers, about the Realtor.com thing, and he said, "Oh, they were listening in real time." And then he was asked, point blank asked, "You gave Adam the pen and paper and told him to draw a map of where you had just taken him up by the governor's residence, didn't you?" And he tried to wiggle his way out of it. He tried to lie. And then he was forced to admit. He said, "Well, I had a pen and paper in my car, so I handed it to him." Okay, so you gave him the pad and paper and told him to draw the map, as we just
Right.
as you were just asked. This
And
is
you
how
just
you
so
know.
happen to have a pen and paper with you, like when Jason Chambers is sending you the route that you guys are going to take, and you have location 1, location 2. You guys have already had this all mapped out days ahead of time. And then when you pick them up and you actually go there, you just so happen to have a pen and a pad of paper chilling in your truck, right? Like you didn't think about, hey, you know what? Let's put that in there, see if you can get him to draw a picture of the area. You know what I mean? And then we'll use it as evidence later.
That's exactly. That's right. He admitted that Adam was excited. And then he was asked, "Isn't it true that Jason Chambers arranged the ride up there and encouraged it?" And Dan said no. Hello, we've got the text messages, sir. Then he was
Right.
asked if Adam was saying a bunch of crazy things, talking about the bankers. And then he said that Adam was talking constantly about how the government was collapsing, and all this other stuff. So then he's asked about the August 29 discussion, where basically 5 days after the 29th, Adam had said something to him like, "Don't count on Eric for anything extreme," or whatever. And once again, Dan says he doesn't recall that.
Of course. That's the
Yeah,
traumatic brain injury, right? The selective traumatic brain injury.
exactly. Daytime surveillance was brought up again about the boat launch, and Adam apparently brought up kayaks. Kayaks. And Dan,
What, kayaking across the lake or something?
dude, yes, Dan said that the kayaks were easily accessible at the boat launch, and that Adam said he could use them for his quote unquote KILL squad. And then the lawyer asked him, "What is this K squad? Tell us about it. Who's part of it?" And this is what he said. He said, "Didn't Adam say it needed to be a 4-team K squad?" CHS Dan says, and I quote, you pay attention, Brandon, because he mentions you. He says that the K squad is, quote, Caleb Franks, Ty Garbin, Brandon Caserta, Daniel Harris, Adam Fox, Sean Fix, and then he says Eric Molitor was going to be a driver. This contradicts what Impala said earlier when he testified last week, saying that Adam told Dan, "Don't count on Eric for any extreme SHIT." So it's like, what are they going to do? They're going to get some kayaks and they're going to what? They're going to kayak across Lake Michigan in the middle of winter in November, in choppy waters, or in October. Like, we don't even know when this so-called plan was going to occur. He's going to get a kayak, and we're supposed to believe.
Dude, they were saying that like he was going to take a kayak at Birch Lake, right? And then travel through this like river thing that went into Lake Michigan, and then cross the entirety of Lake Michigan in November in like a boat, like a regular boat. It's like, dude, if you do that, you need a ship, right? And then let's say you do have a boat. I mentioned this to my attorney. I said, dude, any boat that they get, right? Any boat that they get is going to have a gigantic gas tank. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not going to have enough gas to get over there. You need like a vessel. You know what I'm saying? To do any of that. So to say that you're going to like kayak across this lake, you know, with what, firearms and body armor on, and you got a one-man kayak, and you got the two-boat system and all this stuff. There's no details whatsoever or any sort of like legitimate context on how this, alleged plan would even work, because there was no plan. It was nothing.
Yeah, exactly. Christina says they're going to deploy their tactical kayaks. Yes,
Right.
exactly. As Special Agent Oompa Loompa would say, they're going to deploy the tactical kayaks. I mean, this is as stupid as when Adam said they're going to fly her over the lake on a kite. This
Dude,
is
could you
as
imagine? Could
ridiculous.
you imagine if they showed up at like one of our houses and we had like a camouflage kayak? They would probably freak out about it, dude. Like, he's got a camo kayak, it's camo and black. Oh man, that's
It's
tactical.
tactical kayaks, guys. I mean, my goodness. He once again lied about, so he continues to, he even contradicts, himself. He contradicts what Impala said. Dan said that Ty Garbin was hosting the FTX at Luther, and then he was asked, how did Barry get invited to this? And it was Steve. Steve invited Barry, of course. Dan admitted that he slept in a camper that night, the first night at Luther, with Caleb Franks, Dan Harris, and Ty Garbin. Apparently, Jason Chambers was trying to get Brian Puffenberger to go on the recon. That ended up not happening. Then he was asked about the 50 cal rifle, and he claims he never saw one. Impala went to Wisconsin, evidently to investigate Steve in December of 2020. Then Dan was asked if he ever had a conversation with Adam about a trip to Virginia. And he said he doesn't recall ever having that conversation. And then he was asked, were you suggesting things at Luther as well? And he claims that he was not. And so he was asked, okay, so when does a solid plot come together? Because we've got the messages of these guys saying and talking about how there's no plan and how mad they are that, oh yeah, we didn't come to an agreement, blah, blah, blah. He said that after the day and night recon, they decided the plot, quote, came together. What does that mean? He said there was a definitive plot to K&K her with the kayaks, he was asked. And he said there could be an amphibious assault, and that the kayaks could make an ingress movement. What?
Yeah. It's like,
what
okay,
is
well,
he talking about?
Don't these guys have like WMD convictions too? Like, these guys are convicted on WMD stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, if there's this plan that's all put together, you have this extra charge too, and you're not even mentioning any of that stuff because that doesn't even correlate with the plan that you're saying they had.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So if you're saying they had this plan, but they were going to use these, WMDs for this and this bridge, blow up this bridge and all that stuff, but you're not even talking about that at all. It's not even part of the plan. It kind of shows there's a lot of holes in your story, and there really isn't a plan to do anything. It's just people talking crap.
Yeah, there's just a lot of talk, and there's a lot of like suggestions coming from the FBI,
the government,
and then getting people to talk about these things, and then they kind of decide, nah, it's probably not plausible. I mean, apparently,
right.
Adam was back to square one in early October, and I find this particularly interesting about when they chose to arrest you all. He said after the recons, apparently Adam said that he was back to square one and was talking about wanting to arrest the governor again. Like getting a sheriff to get an arrest warrant. Yeah. So again, Adam was in early October discussing pursuing a legal route. And so I find it wild that that's when the FBI decides to round them all up.
Well, he's kind of, at that point too, Adam is kind of like Dan's talking him into all this stuff. And then Adam's like, you know what, dude, like, I'm sorry, for like, putting you through this or whatever, but maybe we should just bug out or something like that.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
have those messages.
yeah, if it gets out of control, like let's just bug out at Ty's place. You know what I mean? And just, I'm sorry for putting you out through all this stuff. It's, blah, 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 right?
Yeah, where Adam felt bad and was like apologizing to Dan because he felt like he was letting him down,
Yeah.
by saying, look, I don't really want to do this, and I think we should
Yeah.
do something else. And yeah, I want to find the actual messages from that, because that is super, super important that people
Yeah.
hear that, because
Dan's,
that is true.
yeah, Dan's pushing him to do all these things, and he's kind of like acquiescing, under pressure. He's looking up to him and stuff, and then he just like he's keeps second guessing, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
no, I don't, he feels like apologetic to him, that, he's like letting him down and putting him,
Yeah,
through
here
all
it
this
is.
mess and stuff like that.
Yeah, here's Adam on September 8th of 2020. So here this is audio, and this is what it says. The day before that, Adam was saying, back off that plan with them. All right, that's September 7th of 2020. September 8th, this is audio of, oh no, I'm sorry, before, okay, let me go back. The first thing he says on September 7, 2020 is, listen, our main direction at the moment is prepare for a possible bug out plan. Like you just said, Ty wanted to do. We need to have that in line and make sure everyone's prospective families are safe. And then maybe we have our assault. And then he says, in response to that, maybe we should just float the idea of just buying land and making our own community, bro. So who's he? Like, they don't say who he's talking to in this chat, but I have a thought of who it is. Then he
Yeah, it's
says,
definitely
and
Chapel.
he responds to that, back off that plan with them. I believe he was saying this to Dan. So then we have the recorded call from the next day, September 8th. He says, listen, this is what I want to do for now, right? Like, I want to do everything we talked about, bro. I really do. I want to follow up on the order. But for now, we've got to do ghosts on it, right? We can't talk about it. We can't. It's ixnay on the planet. Well, like, even with all our guys, like, I would put her on the back burner in their minds, okay?
Yeah,
Here he
because
is
at that
telling
point,
the FBI.
yeah, at that point, Dan is like really trying to push him. You know what I mean? And he's not like, because really those two are the only people who have talked a lot about that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the FBI is pushing him to talk about it, and he's really like not trying to do it. And the
Yeah.
fact that they were able to cajole him and trick him to go on that ride, that's really what, affected it. Even though they didn't go by her house or anything, which they say that they do. Like
Yeah,
they
they
said,
did.
hey, did you guys go by her house? And they're like, yeah, we did. And then he's like, okay, did you drive down her street? And you're like,
No.
no. It's like, okay, well, how do you go by someone's house but not even travel on the street that they're in? That doesn't even make sense. You can't see
Yeah.
it visually. You can't, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. This is ridiculous. Then he continues and he says, quote, because it's not until next spring or summer, okay? We know we can't do that until then, at least. So let's put that on the back burner and focus on something more tangible for the coming future and everything. What we should do is go with Ty and his bug out plan. And then he says, sorry to put you through this, SHIT. He's telling Dan, basically, I'm sorry that I don't want to do your plan. Let's
Right.
go with Ty's plan. And Dan's telling him, well, what about these other guys that really want to do it? And he's saying, tell them to put her on the back burner and focus on Ty's plan. Because Dan is trying to pressure him and coerce him and make him feel like everybody wants to do this but you. You're the one holding this up. And Adam is still saying no. And we're to believe that Adam's the ringleader of this. This is amazing to me. So anyways, that was very important, I think, for people to hear that and to understand this. Now,
Yes,
just
very important.
Following up on and finishing out what else was said yesterday. He lied again. So Dan was asked how Barry got to Wisconsin, and he said Barry drove himself to Wisconsin. What he doesn't explain is how Jenny Plunk drove from Wisconsin to Delaware to assist Barry in his ability to drive, because he was not able to do it at that point.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she drove like his truck. Like she drove to him in her car or something, and then she drove his Durango to that event. He didn't even really drive.
Yeah. So that was another lie. He says that their arrangements were for him, for Barry, arrangements. Then he was asked this. He was asked, you told your handling agents that you were going to spearhead the Wolverine Watchman plan. Is that correct? Dan says, I don't recall that. I don't recall ever making that statement. He was asked, you didn't testify to that March 22nd? You didn't say that when you were interviewed by Daniel Harris's lawyer, Julia Kelly? And then the lawyer literally went through the transcripts, read it out, and then said, does that refresh your recollection? What were you talking about? What do you mean by you were going to spearhead it? And he said he fumbled and lied and said that had something to do with Dan Harris saying he wanted to be the tip of the spear.
Right.
Sir, that is not what you said. That's not true at all. You
just
said,
blame it on someone else.
Yeah, you said you're going to spearhead the plan.
Mm-hmm.
So I just think that's amazing. He also testified that Steve brought up the Luther FTX to Ty. So it was not even Ty's idea to do the Luther FTX. Apparently, Steve brought up the idea to him.
Well, back then in the summertime, Dan and Ty had, Dan Chappell knew that Ty had property. You know what I'm saying? Ty had mentioned it and stuff like that. Once he found that out, he immediately was pushing to get some sort of event over there. And he's talking with Steve Robeson about it. Like, yeah, dude, we can invite you guys over to, here months ahead of time when no one's even really talking about it or know that that's going to happen. So the FBI kind of just get a little, carrot to be like, oh, well, we could do this and then hang it in front of everyone to get everyone to go over to here.
Yeah, exactly. So guys, I mean, it's just wild. That's where we are. That's where it left off yesterday. Now, this morning, we started off with, Red testifying. And this is a good point. I want to bring up this comment real quick. Michigan, the lake will take down ships. It's very dangerous waters from October to March. Yeah, I don't think that you're going to do anything with kayaks, right? Like, that's just not happening.
No.
Okay, so now I want to talk about what's been going on today. That is... Oh, before we get to that, just real quick, because I wanted to share this. This is something that I had been covering, and we stopped hearing about this. This is the young kid. He's like 20 years old that was accused of being the what's it called? Of leaking information about the war in Ukraine or something, in a Discord server. And somehow,
I remember that.
Yeah, somehow this information made its way out into the internet or whatever. So we haven't heard, this guy got arrested, this kid, and we haven't really heard anything about the situation since. And okay, so it says here, a federal judge denied Massachusetts Airman Jack Teixeira's motion to be released while he awaits his trial to begin. Teixeira is accused of leaking classified documents on Discord that undermine the narrative put forward that the Ukraine situation is going well. The judge explained authorities have been unable to find his hard drive, cell phone, or any of the documents he's accused of leaking. What?
Oh, wow.
Huh? How do they know then that he did? Like, I'm so confused about this. How did they know he did it then? And how, I thought they said that they recovered that stuff when they executed their warrant. I am so confused. So then it says in April, a highly classified documents began circulating online showing war plans, Western troop deployments, casualty estimates, and a bleak prognosis for Kiev's effort. Other documents were embarrassing. Initially, mainstream outlets speculated the documents were released by the Kremlin as pro-Russian propaganda. However, the New York Times, and they were working in conjunction with Bellingcat, outed Teixeira as the leaker, and he was subsequently arrested by the FBI. The government has indicted him with 6 violations of the Espionage Act. Each charge carries a 10-year maximum sentence. The airman has pleaded not guilty to the charges. Last week, Teixeira and his legal team appeared in court before Judge Talwani. They were hoping the 21-year-old would be released into the custody of his father as he waits for his trial to begin. Talwani denied Teixeira's request while noting there were factors that, quote, weigh in favor of release. However, the judge said she sided with the prosecution. That,
of course.
Yeah, that, quote, Teixeira poses a risk of obstructing justice, unquote, if he was released. Rosemary, is that you in chat? If that's you, good to see you. God bless you. So this is crazy. Quote, the circumstances of the offense leave open the possibility of further harm because some of the classified information at issue has not yet been recovered. The government has not found any of the physical documents Teixeira allegedly printed, nor has it located the hard drive from his home computer or the digital copies of documents he may have stored electronically and then posted online. In the wrong hands, the information and documents that the government has not recovered could do great harm to the community by threatening national security. So wait a second. How did they arrest him then if they don't even have any evidence? By their own admission, this is strange. The judge raised issues with comments Teixeira made online and about his interest in firearms. Quote, Teixeira's social media messages display both an affinity for V and vitriol for certain people. She added, so this is now thought crimes or something? The airman's lawyers say the posts were made, quote, primarily among teenagers on a forum dedicated to video games. One of the documents Teixeira is alleged to have released shows the U.S. intelligence community believing that Ukraine would fall well short of its goals to retake territory. Very strange. As the leaked intelligence assessment predicted, they have made small gains on the battlefield. So, and this is what the kid looks like. I mean, he literally looks like a child. Okay.
So let me get this straight. So they arrest him because they say he posted some stuff or whatever. So then they get him, and then they don't find any of that stuff, and then they don't release him from their custody because of national security, because they're afraid that he's going to release more information that he doesn't have that they couldn't find. And that's a threat to national security. That doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. And they're being very secretive about that whole situation. They have been from the beginning. And I have always felt like there's definitely more going on there than we're being told. Like there's definitely something, there's more than meets the eye. Okay, so I do need to make a phone call in a minute here, but I guess we'll just keep going. So getting into this morning, the first person on the stand was UCE Red. So I'm going to basically, we're not going to stream the proceedings or anything like that. We're just going to comment on them now that they're out in the public domain. And Red, by the way, for people who don't know, is he's a FBI undercover.
Yeah, who stated, hey, so what did he say? Something about all 9 of them. And then he's like, hey, let's take whoever we told about this or knows about it. let's all fire them in a group together. So they're running the shoot house, Dan Chappell and Red, the undercover Fed. They're training everyone in the shoot house, and they're making sure, like, hey, let's make sure that these guys over here and those guys over there all, are together when we run them through the shoot house, because we had no, we weren't planning on you think if you're going to do something like this, right, that you would make sure you're with the dudes that you're going to do it with. But that wasn't the case because no one had a plan to do any of that stuff. So they have to try to make them put them together, because if you have this main guy training with, like, some random dude who they're not even planning on charging for anything, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. They wanted to manage everything like a stage production. But I will say, this is the guy who himself basically said to Dan during this nighttime recon, when he first got in the car, he asked him, like, do these guys know where we're going? Like, he even knew something was off, I guess. I have that in here as well, where he said that. Where was it? So, sorry, everything is out of order. They do this on purpose to make it difficult for us, where we have to flip back and forward. We have to go forward and backward in time and all of this to find those. Okay, so here, what he was talking about, is we want all these people together. Do we have all 9? That's him at Luther. That's Dan talking or that's Red talking to Dan. Do we have all 9? This is the FBI coordinating all of this to have everybody there and managing it like a production. But also, again, Dan is giving orders that day. He says, I told Adam not to go anywhere. That's him giving directives, not receiving them from Adam. Then we have Dan, Jenny, and Steve all talking about how they're going to dupe Barry into going on the night recon. And literally, Dan testified yesterday under oath. He was not aware of who the other informants were until after the takedown. That's a bold-faced lie. Here are the 3 of them discussing how they're going to dupe people into going on this nighttime ride-along. CHS Steve says, does he know about it yet? And this is the day of. CHS Stan says, no, that's for you. They're talking about Barry, okay? Jenny, CHS Jenny says, what did you just say? And then CHS Dan says, can he come and her not tonight? CHS Jenny says no. CHS Steve says, can he come what? And CHS Jenny says, because she won't let him go. Talking about Barry's fiance, Chastity. CHS Steve says, well, he can come tonight. And CHS Jenny says, but what she's saying is, will she stay and let him go? And then CHS Steve says, he ain't got no choice. She ain't got no choice. Yeah, if either way, he's going to go with us and she can't. That's what's up, period. That is them deciding who's going where and doing what. Not Adam, not Barry. And again, it shows that they don't even know what's like going on. Barry had no idea what they were going to be doing. Let's see. What else? Because there was other pieces of this I wanted to bring in of him real quick. Where is it? No, that's not it. Well, that is relevant, but not the same. Okay, so moving on. Basically, he was brought in as a quote-unquote explosives expert, introduced by the FBI, because they really needed to find a way to kind of like frame these guys. So towards the end of this, around, I believe in September is when he was introduced into the group. Corey says, I'm late. I missed everything. Good, didn't I? Just go back and rewatch it. I don't know if that's true. Daisy Girl, we will put this out here though, just in case if it happens in the future. Daisy Girl predicted it. You guys are funny. Okay, so now Red, we're going to discuss Red's lies.
Are you pulling up the actual live stream?
I'm not. Yeah, it's no.
Okay.
So I'm gonna just kind of listen in and tell everyone what's happening.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I'm probably not going to be able to stay on here for that much longer, or I can take a break and come back later. How do you plan on going for like
all
the rest of the day?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Maybe
I'm gonna take a little. Well, I'm gonna take a little break then here in like a few minutes.
Okay.
And then I'll shoot back in later.
Yeah, they're making it very difficult, but this is what it is, guys. Yeah. So I'll just let everybody know what's going on right now. So right now he's been asked about, or this was earlier today, but a lot of the stuff that they're talking about is just pointless. Like, we've gone over so much of this stuff. It's not like I need to tell you guys the same thing every single day, all day, every day. But basically, I think what I might do is just do stuff like this. Like, I took my notes, we do our commentary on it. I might do a 1 day delay. So unless you guys really want this detail, basically they're just talking about this is the government that on direct, basically having Red give their version of everything. And it's just frankly, it's boring. I've heard this story a million times.
Okay. So they haven't started cross yet then. They haven't started cross exam yet.
Okay. And I'm sorry, but the prosecutor's voice.
Yeah, pretty sleepy.
Okay, here we go. All right, so now we're going to get into cross here. This is, I believe, by Mr. Nuncio, who is the lawyers for the Null brothers. Wasn't it Impala who instructed his informant to falsely accuse, set somebody else up like Trent? Isn't that entrapment against an innocent man? Yes, actually, he did say that. He said best to accuse somebody else like Trent. This is when there were suspicions about Dan, because people did have suspicions about his behavior. And the FBI instructed Dan to blame somebody else. And they also say these guys were dangerous. Oh, and they might do something bad if they find out that you're a cop or a fed. And it's like, you just blamed Trent and accused him and nothing happened to Trent, did it?
Right.
No.
All right. All right. I'm going to take a little lunch break here. So I'll text you in a little bit.
All right. Bye.
All right, guys. I'll see you in a bit.
Okay, guys. So I'm just going to have to narrate what's going on and provide my commentary because people are silly and are attempting to threaten me and my ability to provide real-time coverage of this. That's fine. We don't need them to do it. So he's just asked right now this is still the prosecutor, when did this discussion happen? Because we are told that Red is introduced posing as a, quote, expert in things that people shouldn't have that go boom. And he's saying, well, when did this conversation happen? He says, the meeting you describe with Mr. Fox, what day was that? Sunday the 13th at Luther, apparently. He says the Null brothers were both there. Now the witness has been yielded. And by the way, just so everyone knows, oh no, where is Mr. Bates' transcripts? I have Agent Schweers. I have Agent Christopher Longs. I know I have read prior testimony. We will be reviewing it, though, just to make sure that he is telling the truth and that his story doesn't contradict. He's being instructed, if he doesn't understand something, he can just ask for clarification. I'm sorry, guys. I know this is boring. When were you briefed by Dan about what was going on? He says that would have been September. That would have been September, he says. Now, he's asked, were you told anything by any of the other undercovers or any of these other agents about basically what was going on? Because the point is that this investigation has been going on at this point for many months, right? And there's lots of different people that are involved in the investigation, right? Many different agents. This was a big TEI investigation. That stands for T Enterprise investigation, which basically means that the FBI uses all of the resources they have at their disposal. And it's a highest, basically it's considered the highest threat level for that. Okay. So he's asked if he's just being brought in September. The point is that he's not really aware of who these people are or what's going on. All he knows is what he's been told by other people, by informants and agents. He doesn't know any of it for himself. He's just taking their word for it. He said he was, in terms of the overall aspect of the case, he was provided some information by other people besides the informant. So aside from going to your first exercise on the 12th of September, he'd been briefed by other agents prior to that. He said it was mainly Special Agent Oompa Loompa who briefed him, along with Special Agent Chambers. His partner, Chambers. So he said basically the main three people he gleaned information from the case from was CHS Dan, Special Agent Oompa Loompa, and Special Agent Chambers. Now, we all know Oompa Loompa has been credibly accused of perjury in prior cases and has perjured himself repeatedly throughout the course of just this trial alone. And I spent an entire week taking apart and dismantling his numerous lies, embellishments, whatever. And Special Agent Chambers was running his own private intelligence and cybersecurity firm that was seeking to profit financially off of this, which we covered as well. We even went over one of his proposals for a company called Salamander Technologies, where he was trying to get tons of money to provide event monitoring and security, online monitoring, using databases to monitor people. He was trying to monetize what he learned at the FBI. And it would be great for Chambers if he could manufacture threats that his private company could then foil, in addition to the money I presume he's still making as a federal agent. And I bet that Chambers will still get his retirement and all of his government benefits, even when he does transition to the private sector, in his words. So he just said that he said he was asked, when did you first get basically asked about coming on to this case? And he just said the first ask came in May of 2020. Interesting. Then he started getting involved in August. Now he's asked between May and August, you're still being briefed on what's going on prior to him getting involved in August. He says yes. He was being made aware basically of the investigation. You know, he kind of knew what was going on. He's been kept apprised of things. You know, even if he himself wasn't introduced as an undercover until August, he's still aware of everything. Now, this is the night of the 12th on the way up. We're talking about the night recon. So we're told that Adam Fox told everybody that night that he had an attack plan for that night. What this actually is Adam just talking, you know, just talking. He said he didn't know what the purpose of it was. He says who's in the vehicle is UCE Red himself, CHS Dan, who's driving, Mr. Fox and Croft, who are sitting in the back seat because the FBI has told them literally. We saw the informants talking about with the agent, the undercover agent, where are we going to put these guys? And they agree, we're going to put Adam and Barry together in the back seat of the vehicle. So the FBI's driving the vehicle and the plot. Oh, and CHS Steve, of course, too. So Adam and Barry there's 3 cops in the car, and Adam and Barry, more cops than defendants in the case. This is a feature and a hallmark with this case where there's times where Adam is literally surrounded by cops. He's talking to 3 of them and it's just him or something like that. Could you guys imagine if you were targeted in this way by like this Neo-Stasi Gladio operation, COINTELPRO, PATCOM, whatever you want to call it. But could you imagine being in a situation like that where you have no idea that you are surrounded by cops and they're all undercover pretending to be your friend? He says they were the lead vehicle leaving the Walmart. And he says it was at this point Fox said to him, we're going to conduct surveillance. Adam doesn't talk in this way. The residence of the governor for the purpose of kidnapping. Do normal people talk this way? I don't think so. And it's not how Adam talks. Let's see. A timestamp would be 1 hour and 18 minutes into the stream today. That's where we are, where I'm at right now. So now he's caught basically in a lie. Earlier, he testified that when he got into the vehicle, Adam had told him something about we're going to do an attack or something. Now he's testifying that Adam mentioned we're going to do a recon of her residence for the survey. Like, I mean, it's just so stupid. The idea that anybody said this, and where's just play the audio, sir. You had 3 of you guys in that vehicle with Adam and Barry in the back seat. Okay. You're all 3 wearing recording devices. Just play the audio then. If they said that, play it so we can hear it. They're not doing that though. Oh, at some point, Barry said he needed to take a nap. in order to have energy to conduct an attack that night. Right. No attack occurred. Barry told me that he believed and was told that they were going to be doing land navigation training. Um, uh, Barry's mom says, is anybody following the money? How much funding increases may have been brought by this case? That's a very good question. I wonder how many motives exist for them to exhaust every resource they could. Yes, that is a very, very good point. As far as I know, no one's following the money. And Rosemarie, I don't know if you heard it earlier, CHS Dan testified yesterday that he was getting so the way that the FBI was paying them, we all heard about envelopes of cash. We heard about Chase Bank. Dan testified yesterday that he quite literally would walk into a Chase Bank to make a withdrawal. We don't know whose account this is. Is it an FBI account? Did they create an account for Dan specifically? Do they have just an account that all informants can access? He said he would go into Chase Bank, make a withdrawal, and then would receive cash in an envelope that said Chase Bank on it. Thank you so much for the memberships. That's so sweet. Talking Trash and Truths just gifted 5 memberships to the channel. That is so awesome. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate that. I feel so bad for people that are members because I feel like I do so much. I work so much on the documentary and stuff that I haven't been able to do a lot of the stuff I used to do. I haven't been able to put out as many videos and stuff like I used to, but we'll get there again soon. I just need to have like an assistant or something, but we'll get there. Okay. So, I just feel like this is amazing. How these people can just get up here and lie every day is beyond me, and how they sleep at night. No, he's just asked, did you not just testify on direct examination? We are only that was said. We're only doing the recon is what was said. Then he goes, yes. So it's like, sir, why did you lie then? This is my problem with them. We support your mission. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I did get somebody that made this comment telling me that me talking about this case is boring to them. I'm supposed to be here apparently to entertain everybody. I'm not your dancing circus clown, sir. If you find it boring, nobody's making you watch. They're like, why aren't you talking about the things you used to talk about? I wish I had time to make 10 videos a day to talk about every single thing that bothers me. But I feel like this is super important, and it isn't just about covering the story, getting the truth out, providing a voice for people who have none. This is about trying to get justice for an injustice that can be done to all of us. And if this is allowed to stand, it can and will eventually come to you. Everybody thinks that this could never happen to them. They all say that until it does. And then they wish that there was somebody like me out there fighting for them and trying to help get their story out. Because when you are up against the world's most powerful government with unlimited resources, there is a massive power imbalance, and there is no one else willing to do this. There's nobody willing to devote the time to cover it every single day, to cover it in detail, to try to go back and compare what was said, last year with what's being said now, and to go through the transcripts and to find the information. I mean, someone has to do these things, and it's going to be us. So that's what we're doing. And I am still working on other stuff. I have a script in the works on the Lucy Letby story and that case that I talked about the other day. I do work on other things, but come on, this trial is going on right now. This is relevant. It's literally happening now. And they're building and creating legal precedent that will be used to go after other people. Let's talk about what just happened to Enrique Tarrio, he got, what is it, 17 years, or no, I'm sorry, 20 something years, and he wasn't even there that day. This is what, like, the thing. And they're saying, well, oh, he was a leader of this group and this group was there. So now he goes to jail for 20 years. Yeah, I don't understand how this is boring. This is an insane time to be alive. Exactly. Yes. And well, they're criminalizing freedom of speech, freedom of association, freedom of the press. That's their next one that they're trying to criminalize. They're just trying to criminalize dissent. That's what this is really about. And I know that I would think that this is something that would be important to everybody right now, but it is what it is, I guess. Interesting. He's now claiming that he redirected the trip back to surveillance. This is talking about the nighttime recon that the FBI conducted and planned. And we went over that for days. Yes, correct. So he was asked if he had testified previously that at the AmVets parking lot, there was a conversation that was happening and Adam was kind of giving people directions. And now he's saying no, that didn't happen. He said that occurred during the ride, not in the AmVets parking lot. He said the first time he heard instructions was at the AmVets parking lot. He said, where were you positioned for purposes of that tasking by Mr. Fox? He says, I was either in the passenger seat of CHS Stan's vehicle or standing outside the passenger side. He said he heard the tasking going on. He's there. He's being asked. And then the lawyer just asked him, you had a recording device on? He says, I did. He said, how many recording devices did you have on you? Now, Red says this undercover agent said he had 2 devices on him that were recording. Oh, so out of the what, 4 or 5 agents present this night, are you all wearing multiple recording devices? So, gee, guys, there should be 10 recordings from this night. Where are they? Yes, this is a very good point. 100%. And it's always the real goal is to just get people to self-censor, to not talk about things because they see what's happening to other people. They're trying to create a chilling effect. And I'm not intimidated by them. I mean, I think that they are pathetic. I think that if you have to censor people, there's something wrong with you. Maybe you don't have the truth on your side. Okay, so getting back to the so-called night recon. Oh, he had one of the, oh my God. We've been told repeatedly about, oh, these guys had OPSEC, blah, 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 blah. Oh, we were so scared for our safety. Then he just said one of his recording devices was in the glove box of the FBI's vehicle that Dan is driving, Dan the informant, and the undercover agent is in the passenger seat, and Adam and Barry are in the back seat. And then there's another informant, CHS Steve, there as well. Wow. So he just put the recording device in the glove box. Guess he wasn't too scared about Adam and Barry, was he? Guess he wasn't too scared about getting found out. Yes, you can debunk lies, but you can only censor truth. 100%. Absolutely. Oh, we were so scared about our identities getting revealed and these dangerous people. They were so dangerous. We were so scared of them. We literally put a recording device in the glove box of the vehicle. Amazing. He said a lot of the undercovers and informants had at least one recording device on them, correct? And UCE Red, Special Agent Timothy Bates says, yes, sir. And he says, Mr. Nuncio says, would it be fair for the jury to understand and listen to my question carefully? That Mr. Fox is the only one that did the tasking that night with the vehicles, correct? Oh, and then Red says Mr. Croft was involved with that piece. But Mr. Fox was certainly the lead of that. Did Mr. Croft task individual cars that night? He says, I can't speak to, he was bouncing back and forth. I can't speak to what he said. Sir, did you not just tell us that you had 2 recording devices on you? You can't remember what he said. Could you just go back and listen? This is the thing that just like I'm going to screech if this continues. Oh my goodness. He says, so you don't know if he was tasking or not. He says, I know it was being relayed from Fox to Mr. Croft. He said, so the tasking of your vehicle, was that from Fox to Croft to you guys? Or was that from Fox to you guys? A Fox to us. So what are you doing lying then, sir? You just lied. This entire thing was a circular thing of just him saying Barry was tasking people, and then he just admitted that he wasn't tasking people. Sir, tell the truth, sir. The lawyer says, if I were to suggest, for instance, that Dan did some tasking that night, that would be incorrect, right? And then Red says that would be incorrect. Guys, we read the messages. Like, we read them. We read the messages of Dan telling Steve we're going to put the guys in the back seat. I mean, let's just do this again, though. Literally, I will play this game with them every single day if they want to play it. Because this is embarrassing. Let's go back to that night. UCE Red. For people wondering where I'm getting this from, what is this? What am I reading? This is a court filing. This was all of the exculpatory defendant's motion in limine regarding admission of out-of-court statements. This is all the stuff that was picked up. Not all of it, but a lot of the stuff that was picked up on the audio recordings. These are text messages. This is all a lot of the exculpatory stuff that the defense tried to bring into the first trial, but were prevented from bringing in, except at times where the prosecutors or the witnesses opened the door to this stuff being brought in. Then they were able to mention some of it, but most of this, the jury didn't even get to hear about. But I'll just read you from this line. And I, by the way, have been putting screenshots of this on my Twitter page so that everybody can go see it. Here is UCE Red, Adam Fox, CHS Steve, and Barry in the vehicle. This is the on September 12, 2020. This is at 14 minutes and 18 seconds into the recording. Special Agent Timothy Bates, that's the man on the stand right now, who I've been relaying what's going on to you on his cross-examination. UCE Red asks the occupants of the vehicle leaving Cadillac, quote, all right, fellas, where the F we going, unquote. Barry responds, destination unknown. Destination unknown. Now, he just testified under oath and I just told it to you guys. I just relayed what he testified to today under oath, that Dan was not giving directives during the night recon. Here is audio of UCE Red, Special Agent Timothy Bates, and CHS Dan. This is from 4 hours and 21 minutes into that recording device. Dan asks if Red wants him to drop him off and flip back around. Red says that he wants Barry to come with him. Dan asks if he wants to take Adam too, and Red agrees. Adam and Red go under the bridge, and Special Agent Red tells Adam to make sure he has his phone so they can take pictures. CHS Dan asks Special Agent Tim Bates, quote, "You want me to just drop you, flip a BITCH, and come back around?" Red responds, "Me and Barry." Barry did not get out of this. This is when they were trying to get them to go get out and stand under the bridge so the FBI could take incriminating photos. Eventually, it ends up being just Special Agent Red and Adam, and Special Agent Red tells him, quote, "Make sure you have your phone or something to take a photo when we get under there." He lied under oath. I can do this all day, every day. That if they want to continue, and they will, we can go to the other messages from that night, because they're all the same. It is all the same. It's all them planning, doing things. My God. Let's see. So here we have audio from Luther. We've got CHS Dan saying, "We're going to treat this as a single room, kind of like a bedroom that we're going into, real rudimentary. Let me break it down, crawl, walk, run." So it's going to be repetition based. That's Dan leading the training at Luther. Remember, he testified he didn't do that? Yeah, he lied. Here's Dan at Luther. CHS Steve and CHS Dan say, "You're Michigan's guy," to Adam. "Who do you want?" Gassing him up and telling him he's important and stuff. "Oh, you're Michigan's guy. So important. You're the head of the state of Michigan. Here, we've made this fake militia group, and we made you this business card. We're going to give this to you so we can then seize it later and use it as evidence against you." Yeah, the FBI did that. Okay, so we are moving forward. We just are going through some of this stuff where Mr. Bates, UCE Red, has lied and said that, Dan was not giving directives and he wasn't giving directions. This is not true. So here's another thing. This is Dan on September 11th, 2020. This was at Luther, at the Luther FTX, saying to Adam, quote, "I know you mentioned Spring and SHIT. Think we're not going to have that long." That's Dan pushing for something before the election. We don't want to wait till spring. We don't have that long. Here's audio from Luther. The day of this nighttime recon. Here we have CHS Dan talking to CHS Steve. And remember that Dan testified under oath he was not aware of the other informants. CHS Dan on audio. "What we'll do is you guys drive up there too." CHS Steve. "Yeah." CHS Dan. "So then we don't have to drive all the way back down here to drop you guys off." CHS Steve. "That's right." CHS Dan. "To go all the way back up and then we link up with them. We'll just split it up and take 2 trucks. There were only supposed to be 2 trucks. There were only supposed to be 2 vehicles on the nighttime recon. A 3rd vehicle ended up coming because of, again, Steve. After he decides there's just going to be 2 trucks. And this is literally the FBI informants colluding together. Dan lied under oath when he said they didn't know about each other until the takedown. Here he is talking to Steve, and they're planning how they're going to do the night recon. He says, when we split them, when we get with them, I want to, if everybody's scanned, I want one of your GUN fighters, and you can ride with him. And we read from Luther, Dan giving directives. I told Adam not to go anywhere. That is at 2 hours and 33 minutes into the audio recording from SA 371. That's the device from Luther. We talked about the 3 informants, Dan, Jenny, and Steve, admitting that Barry has no knowledge of the night recon in advance. And they're saying Jenny Plunk is talking about how Barry's fiance doesn't want him hanging out with these people. And they're saying he's going to go and he doesn't have a choice, and neither does she. Like, they're real sure of themselves, aren't they, with their lies. Here we have audio from Luther. This is also September 12th, the same day as the nighttime surveillance. Here's Dan at 2 hours and 34 minutes into the recording device. Quote, "We're leaving. Well, we're leaving right now. You call him, get the address, and send it to me." Dan didn't give directives. You want to say that again under oath, Special Agent Bates? Dan wasn't giving directives? I think your evidence suggests otherwise. Here's also CHS Dan, September 12, 2020 at Luther, 3 hours and 20 minutes into recording device number 371. Quote, "Jesus Christ, it's going to be tomorrow night before we get up to this effing BITCH. 8:35 p.m., expressing frustration with delays and leaving for the night ride-along that the FBI has planned." We have text messages between CHS Dan and Special Agent Chambers. "Good call with Jen and Steve." "Oh, I didn't know about the other informants until after the takedown," he says under oath. Really, sir? Unbelievable. Oh, here's CHS Steve, CHS Dan, and CHS Jenny on audio September 17th, 2020. Quote, "This is a recorded phone call between the 3 of these informants who Dan just said didn't know about each other and weren't coordinating to entrap and frame people." And I quote, "I am not going to induce any effing illegal activity that we don't have to, okay? I'm not above doing anything that has to be done, brother, period. 100% till the effing wheels fall off." Then he continues, quote, "Last thing I want is any of us getting jammed up on just a storytelling. You know what I mean?" He continues, "I'm not going to put your boy in that spot, Dan. You know what I mean? That's absolutely unnecessary verbiage for him to even consider it. As far as I'm concerned, we're supposed to be insulating him." Who is Dan, Steve, and Jenny talking about? Who's their boy that they're trying to insulate? Could that be another informant? We don't know. They don't say. But I find this fascinating. Just that they can lie with impunity, can lie under oath, and nothing happens. Why are we not? Why is nobody doing anything about it? You know, this is just wild. What else? There's more from that, though. Again, everything is out of date or out of order. But here we go. Luther. Let's see. Oh, this is so sad. This was Adam at Luther. This is 8 hours into the number 341 recording device from September 12th, 2020. Adam says, quote, "We need to get Dan some medical attention. His intestines are effing hanging out. He's one of the most level-headed and professional people I've ever met. He is a good teacher." Dan's the leader. Dan's the teacher. He's the father figure. And Adam is so upset that he doesn't that Dan is in pain and needs this medical treatment, and that the VA isn't giving it to him. This is the FBI trying to further make Adam more angry with the government as they continue to push this idea that, Dan needs this medical attention he's not getting. Now let's talk about the actual nighttime recon. This is, again, the nighttime recon that Mr. Bates is testifying about under oath. We have Special Agent Williams on the 12th at 7:36 p.m. texting, quote, "Low light pole cameras are looking really good right now. If any gets comms with an undercover or CHS, remind them to get some sort of ambient around the cabin so we can pick them up via video for evidence." This is the FBI. Obviously have planned the night ride along in advance, and they're saying they've put hidden cameras up there at her house and at the boat launch, at all three of these so-called locations. Here's another FBI agent. This is a text message. The target address is, and I'm not going to read it. Here's the location of the boat launch, Birch Lake Public Boat Launch, Cowden, Michigan. Here's Special Agent Chambers' text message at 10:14 p.m., September 12, 2020, quote, "Looking up lake house address, Timberlake Drive." Another text message. This is from an unnamed FBI agent. Text message from 11:33 p.m., the night of the so-called recon. It says, quote, "Great video of them pulling into the boat launch now," unquote. I mean, that's them planning the entire thing, like literally to the point where they're stage managing it, talking about make sure you go get that low light pull cam footage. Here's the great job getting our patsies on video at the boat launch, blah, blah, blah. Unbelievably stupid. Let's see. No one else covering the trial. Yeah, that is absolutely what happened, I'm sure. How they banned Radix for showing the trial. I couldn't think of the correct words to answer. Okay, so I got a strike. I still have the strike on my channel. And there's other things going on as well, as far as threatening for lawsuits. Yeah, secret trials. This is a good point. Secret trials will be next. Yeah, that's right. He says, did CHS Dan task any of the vehicles that night? Yes or no? Then he says, if he did task anybody, and he says, that's not what I'm asking you. Yes or no? Now the prosecutor jumps in. He's badgering the witness. He says, I will rephrase. Did you hear CHS Dan task that night? Yes or no? If I recall correctly, CHS Dan got out of his vehicle and tasked from Mr. Fox to the vehicle that was next to us. He said in that vehicle would have been Mr. Higgins and the Null brothers. I love how this happens, though. How every single time they're caught lying, the judge has to rush in to sweep it up with the prosecutors. Shut it down. Oh, he says Higgins was with the Null brothers, and he corrects himself and says, UCE Mark. Yeah, undercover agent Mark Schwiers. He says, did you hear Fox task that vehicle? Or did you just hear Dan task that vehicle that the nulls were in? He says, I believe that was from Mr. Fox. Telling CHS Dan to relay the message. That's not what you were asked, sir. You're contextualizing and trying to pretend Adam was the one in charge that night when we know that that's not true. Answer the question, sir. Yes or no. Question. Did you hear Adam Fox task the vehicles that the nulls were in? Yes or no? Indirectly, yes, he says. Indirectly, what does that mean? He says it means Mr. Fox told CHS Dan to tell the other vehicle what to do. So now the judge is saying, sir, did you hear Adam Fox tasking the vehicle? That's what you're being asked, sir. He goes, directly, Your Honor. And the judge says, yeah, like, answer the question. He goes, no. Wow. He said, was the original plan to have 3 cars up there on this mission? And he says, yes. So, and this is the lawyer asking Mr. Nunzio, this is the defense lawyer on cross to Special Agent Red. He said, if I were to say the original mission only had 2 vehicles, would that be fair or unfair for the jury to understand? Did the original plan have 2 vehicles going up or 3 vehicles participating in this mission around the governor's residence? He said, what I saw was 3 vehicles. Well, guys, I just read from you where Steve was talking about the original plan was 2 vehicles, and then a third got added. So this is just wild. He said, no, I'm asking you, was the original plan 2 vehicles or 3? He says, I can't speak to that, sir. I don't know if the original plan was 2 or 3, but I saw 3 vehicles. Were they tactical, though? Exactly, Nadius. He says, okay. He said, wasn't there a request by Mr. Fox to put the Null brothers in with UCE Mark because they couldn't fit in the other vehicles? And Special Agent Bates says, I don't know that, sir. Well, then are you good for anything? Just kidding. He goes, were you not listening? Were you not paying attention? He goes, sir, I was sitting in a vehicle. I'm not sure what was said outside that vehicle, too. Mm-hmm. Okay. He said, you called the vehicle that the Null brothers were in, I think you referenced it twice, a spotter vehicle, correct? Did you not testify on direct examination, making reference to it being a spotter vehicle? And he says, yes, sir. I wonder why they just can't be straight up in their answers. We all know why. You don't know where that vehicle was that night, do you? He asks. where UCE Mark was. Again, another undercover FBI agent. He says, at which portion? Any portion. What route did they take that night? Do you know? I know where they were until we got to the AMVETS. He says, after AMVETS, and until you guys came back to AMVETS, where was UCE Mark with the Null brothers? He said they never went back to the AMVETS. They went to the Red Bull Tavern. So what path did they take that night? He's asked. The spotter car. He can't speak to that. He has no idea. He can't speak to that. Do you know where the car was? Yes or no? He says, no, sir. Of course not. He said, when everyone met back at the Red Bull Tavern, you were there. There was no discussion with this spotter vehicle. There was absolutely zero discussion regarding what they observed on that trip tonight. No discussion of it. He said, I can't speak to that. He said, did you hear any discussion? Hey, guys, what did you see that night? I thought they were being spotters, right? Hello. He says, what did you observe? He said, I didn't hear anything. And the lawyer repeats, you didn't hear anything? He says, no, sir. Guess this wasn't a good recon, was it? No one seemed interested in it. They all just seem interested in drinking beer and eating hot wings. Oh, he's everything he says impeaches himself. All right, so he's being asked about the so-called plan, right? And how this changed over time. He said, who suggested first they were going to attack that night? He said Mr. Croft suggested that he thought that it was going that night. Like what? What was going to go that night? Like what? This is just vague nonsense. And he's being asked, where was the talk about stealing the boats to conduct the amphibious assault from the boat launch? Well, guys, was this going to be with the tactical kayaks? I mean, or was this going to be with the lakes or the kite that they were going to fly over the lake on a kite? Like, this is just so silly and ridiculous. He said, where was that discussion about this amphibious assault that was going to take place at the backside of the governor's residence? And he just like doesn't really respond. That was weird. I'm playing it again. Where was the talk about stealing the boats, getting the boats to conduct the amphibious attack from the boat launch? Where was that discussion? He said the boat launch, stealing the boats actually happens twice. It happens at the boat launch and then again the next day I guess we're calling it the Circle of Trust meeting that happened on the he said, I'm asking you about this so-called attack plan that Barry Croft suggested. He said Barry Croft didn't suggest the plan. I thought he was the spiritual leader of a crime and a ringleader. What? He said, okay, so you were familiar with this amphibious assault, that they were going to go to the boat launch, take a boat, and then gain access to the governor's residence from the water, correct? What are they going to get, submarines or something? Yes, we're going to launch an amphibious assault with a tactical kayak and a kite. Oh, great plan. Very scary. Oh my gosh, thank God we have the FBI to protect us from this. So here's an interesting thing. He's being asked, when was this discussion about this amphibious assault this night? That was the plan, wasn't it? He says no. Not aware of that being until the boat launch. So what can you tell the jury with respect to the extraction? Was it supposed to take place from the back of the residence that was looking on the water? Was it supposed to take place from the front of her residence, facing, I think, Timberlake Street? Which one was to occur? He's, and Special Agent Bates says, based on the plan that was stated that night at the boat launch, it was supposed to take place from the water. From the water. Okay. Nope. But no boats have been stolen yet or gotten, correct? Not to my knowledge. Okay. He says, I assume they must have talked about the extraction, right? Because there's, what is this plan that we're hearing about? The kite was only because they were high as one at the moment. Government sponsored doobies, exactly. Government provided doobies. I have been lurking, but I have a question. Impla acted like he owned Dan as his handler, but Dan said he answered equally to Impla and Chambers. Is Chambers on the witness list for this trial? So that is a really good question, Aaron, and I'm glad that you asked that, because Chambers has not testified in any of these cases except one briefly. He was brought in for a limited discussion that was basically narrowed down to like one specific thing. The reason that Chambers has never testified is because the government wouldn't call him as a witness, because they knew he had this private intelligence company called X Intel that he was attempting to profit from financially while using this case to promote his private business. That he, by the way, the FBI, his bosses at the FBI may not have even been aware of at the time. But he has been subpoenaed by one of the lawyers at this case, Mr. Barnett, and Mr. Barnett requested yesterday that Chambers be sequestered during the testimony of CHS Dan, and also who's testifying now, UCE Red, Special Agent Timothy Bates, undercover Red. So Chambers right now is sequestered. He is supposed to be brought in to testify, and I cannot wait, because I've been waiting to see. You'll see they all have a similar phenotype. Impala, Trask, Dan, CHS Dan. Why do they all look the same? Why do they all look bald with the baby faces and shiny faces, and then these weird beards or bizarre patches of splotches of hair on their heads? They look like grown actual babies, though. It is truly bizarre and strange. I apologize, guys. I know this is like a lot. So he said, tell us about this extraction plan. Was she going to be at her residence? Like, was there a plan to make sure she was alone at her residence? Like, how was this going to go? The husband, the family, and her security detail, that must have been discussed, right? He says, in part. How many people were going to be in the house during this extraction? And Special Agent Timothy Bates, UCE Red, just testifies, I don't think anybody knew. That's right, because there was no actual plan, was there, sir? There was a bunch of vague talk in response to prompts from you, your agents and your informants, getting people intoxicated, riling them up, and then asking them hypotheticals. That's literally all this actually was, right, sir? I mean, come on. Okay, so you're planning an attack, planning a recon, but nobody knew how many people were at the house? He says the purpose of what took place at the boat launch, sir, was to identify where the house was. What? Not necessarily the finer points of the plan. So then what was the purpose of the boat launch? What I just said. To identify where the house was from the boat launch. Wow. Sir, what are you talking about? You already have given, like, the FBI has already given them her address. They've provided photographs of Mackinac Island to Adam. The FBI took the pictures and sent it to him. What are you talking about, sir? I mean, this is bizarre. He says the front of the residence, the governor's residence in Birch Lake. Does that match? Does that look similar to the backside of the residence? He says, I don't know. He goes, you have no idea? He said, I didn't drive past it. Well, because it doesn't really make sense. It doesn't make sense, does it? If you are going to the boat launch so you can identify her property, then what was the point of the other car driving, of the daytime recon, where they literally, the FBI picked up Adam and Eric and drove them by her property? And Dan tells Adam to take pictures and videos. Hello? Why would you need to go to the boat launch then to confirm something that you had already seemingly confirmed? Strange, isn't it? It's almost as if this was a half-baked plot that the FBI created and just thought, wow, this will look very incriminating. Let's have them do this. Rosemarie says someone needs to hold AG Garland and Director Ray's feet to the fire. All those resources, special agents, CHS's money, you'd think that the magnitude, with such magnitude, we'll know at the top. Exactly. Somebody should be keeping track of it. So he says, as far as the extraction, where the mission was supposed to take place at the back of the residence, how is this mock-up at Luther supposed to be similar to what the governor's house looks like if you don't even know what it looks like, the back of the house? He says, Special Agent Bates responds, I can't say it was or wasn't. Sir, you guys had Adam draw the mock-up. CHS Dan testified he gave him the notebook and pen to draw it. You can't answer any of these questions. Suddenly, you don't recall, you don't remember, you're not sure, not to your knowledge. I don't have knowledge of that. That's outside my purview. There's just a answer for why you don't understand anything. and don't remember anything. But when you're on direct and being asked by the prosecutor, oh, suddenly he remembers everything now. Ah, okay, sure. He says, we're now hearing after 3 weeks that the Luther FTX, the tarps, we were told look similar to the governor's residence up on Birch Lake. How is that now? Up to close to 3 weeks. And then the prosecutor objected and he withdrew his question. So, what room was the extraction mock up supposed to be similar to at Luther on the 12th and 13th? He says, the conversation that I heard, who'd you hear it from? Mr. Garbin, I believe, was driving the conversation. That the front of the mock-up was similar to the approach of the governor's residence. What, sir? Excuse me? Huh? How does that make sense? The tarps that you guys arranged, that you called a shoot house, and you claimed they were practicing to extract her and apparently kill her security detail, you just testified, actually, we really didn't know what the back of this was. We had to go here to confirm this. Da, 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 da. And now he's saying that it was supposed to resemble the approach to her house. What does that mean, the approach? Like, is it supposed to be modeled after her front porch? What room is this a mock-up of? What does the approach to her house mean? What room are they practicing to clear from her house? I mean, these are very simple questions. Why can they not be answered? Rosemarie, Barry's mom, says hotels, restaurants, credit cards, laptops, payoffs, etc. We need to demand government names and positions high enough to clear all those expenses. Who is higher than the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, and the Director of the FBI, Christopher Wray? Exactly. Good point. Robert Gouvet sent people here. Thank you. Very cool. Awesome. Thank you, Robert. Their lies fall apart, guys. And it makes me so angry that their lies do not hold up, but no one is paying attention to this. No one's listening. The media ran with this narrative in 2020 about these men, and no one is paying attention or following up, or even following the hearings and listening to just how ridiculous the entire thing is. And Adam and Barry are still in Supermax right now. Joe, Pete, and Paul are in federal correctional institutions, even though they were not charged federally. They were charged by the state of Michigan. They're all three of them in different federal prisons right now. Why is that? Why were not the transcripts filed that were supposed to be due in April of this year for the first state case in Jackson County? Why did these lawyers in Antrim County not have access to those transcripts from the first state case? They're connected. They're similar. Impala testified there. So did Dan. So did Red. And their stories contradict. How convenient that the court reporter Shelley just didn't file them when they were due. And now the court is having to compel her and threaten to sanction her. Oh, she'll be sanctioned $100. That's really going to be a deterrent when you're trying to ruin someone's appeal process or ability to appeal in a timely manner, and impeding these lawyers from being able to compare prior testimony from the federal trial, the retrial, the first state case to now. That's where we're at. He said if the extraction was supposed to take place from the back of the governor's residence in a so-called amphibious assault, why are you now telling us that this shoot house, again constructed by the FBI, was supposed to resemble the approach to her residence? He says the mock-up is taking place in front of the residence. He said, "Sir, I said the approach. It could be the front or the back. So which one were you saying? You were just being vague then?" He said, "I can't speak to what Ty was referring to." Okay. He said, "But there were no plans given out, no schematics passed out, correct?" He says, "No, again, the purpose." And he says, "I'm just telling, were any plans or schematics given out on the 12th or the 13th?" This is talking about in September. He says, "No, sir." And he says, "You're telling us today you don't even know what the back of the residence looks like." And then, of course, the prosecutor jumped in and had to sweep it up and say, "Objection, asked and answered." So the judge says, "What is the front? What is the back? Let's start from that." He goes, the judge says, "I want to make sure everyone's talking about the same thing, so there's no confusion." So he's being asked, sitting here today, you don't know. You know what the front of the house looks like, correct? He said, "I've never seen the house, sir." So you don't know if the front of the house looks similar to the back of the house. He says, "No, sir." He said, "If I were to say it had big windows in the back with a big porch, sliding doors, you couldn't tell us today if that's correct." He says, "No, sir." "Oh, I thought you were doing a recon for an amphibious assault, but you don't know what the back of the property looks like. But the amphibious assault was supposed to take place at the back of the property." Okay. And so Mr. Nunzio continues, none of the F- FTX training exercises on the 12th and 13th, this is at Luther FTX, it's September 12th and 13th of 2020, involve actual extraction exercises, correct? And then the FBI agent says, "Meaning what, sir?" What do you mean, meaning what? I cannot stand these people. They frustrate me to no end. Just answer the question, sir. Not boring at all, Christina. Fascinating. If you developed a series, multiple sequels on this, yeah, exactly. I've done so much on this. I hope it's not boring. I hope people will enjoy the documentary when it's out. I think it will be very impactful and frankly historic. Yeah. Okay, so continuing on here, he said, oh, so he claims he doesn't know what an extraction drill is. He was being asked, none of these at these FTXs, no one actually practiced an extraction. And he said, "I don't know what you mean." He said, "No one ever practiced grabbing her and leaving the residence." At the FTX training on the 12th and 13th, correct? And he says, "That's correct." There was no discussion regarding the number of extractions. If, she had her husband there or her family there, or if her friends or relatives were there, there was no talk. or practice regarding extraction of more than one person on the 12th or 13th, correct? He said, of more than one person, no, there was not. Because it was never discussed how many people would be involved in this extraction, correct? He says it was discussed that she would have security there. It was discussed there would be a potential gunfight. He said, I'm talking about extraction. I'm talking about the actual grabbing of people, removing them from the residence without them being harmed, okay? And successfully taking them out to the Lake Michigan area. There was no practice or FTX training regarding extraction of those exercises, was there? And he says no. Wow. Amazing, isn't it? Yeah, remember when entrapment was illegal? Yeah. Now everybody's paused because he literally just admitted there was no one planned for an extraction. He says when you talk about room clearing, those are synonymous with FTXs, correct? And then Bates says, no, I wouldn't say. He said, so room clearing is something new that just happened to come about on the 12th and 13th, to your knowledge? As ex-military and FBI, he says, and then he says, so clearing a room is a new exercise that just came about on the 12th and 13th. He says, absolutely not. A field training exercise could be many things, which it did encompass multiple things. And there was a room clearing portion of the FTX. And the lawyer asked, but room clearings are part of FTXs. Would you agree? He said yes. So basically, what was happening here is similar to what happens at all of these FTXs, at other FTXs that other militia groups put on. Like, this is kind of like a normal thing for these groups. This is what these groups do when they gather and train together. He says room clearings would also include mock-ups of rooms that the people participating in the FTX would go and clear, correct? He says, yes, sir. He says, it's your testimony today that you can't verify whether this mock-up that you said was discussed mimicked the governor's house, because you have no idea what the house looked like inside or out, correct? He's not answering, just awkward silence. Still awkward silence. He said, did you provide radios for UCE Mark for the Null brothers up in the area? He said, who did you give those radios to? Red says, I had 2 radios. One was in my vehicle, and one was given to UCE Mark. So both of these undercover FBI agents had the radios. These men did not have them on their own, the DeWalt radios. Where are those radios today? I mean, let me ask you this. Those radios, were they used or were they not used that night? He says there was attempted use. He said to say they were used, I don't think is accurate. That's really funny because he testified at the federal trial that Adam was giving directions to people over the radio. Huh. But today he's saying he wouldn't say that was true. Can't say if the radios were used. They were attempted to be used. Huh. Interesting. Very interesting. He said they didn't work, correct? And Red says correct. Oh, okay. So then how was Adam giving people directions over these radios you just admit didn't work? D Sign says, what percentage of FBI arrests are entrapment? Bet it's more than 50. Yes. I can cite a 2015 study by a professor from SUNY Fredonia that studied post 9/11 T cases. And out of these T cases, there were 580 of them, of these prosecutions post 9/11 for T. Out of those cases that were studied by this professor, 370 involved the use of informants and showed elements of entrapment. That would be more than 50%. And that's not coming from me. That's coming from a 2015 study of SUNY Fredonia put on by them. So he says, where are these radios today that didn't work? That'd be considered evidence, correct? Red says, yes, sir. He said, where's that evidence today? Tell the jury. Red says, I don't know where the radios are. And the lawyer says, you have no idea. He says, no, sir. What? So you don't know where's the chain of custody with this evidence that, by the way, the FBI provided those DeWalt radios? How convenient that they just don't know what happened to them. Oh, did they lose evidence? Or let's just take a guess. Did they destroy it? Yeah, I think we all know. He said, were they given back to you? He says, I don't recall ever receiving the one back that he gave to undercover Mark, Special Agent Mark Schwiers 3 years ago. I can't say. So the FBI does not maintain any kind of forensic chain of custody. There's actually no forensic evidence in this case at all, is there? Oh my God, that's so funny. 47 people watching. Oh my God. I mean, that you could argue that I drove traffic to them. What can you do? You know, it is what it is. I think people want to hear my commentary regardless of this. You know, people were listening to hear my commentary on it, not to hear their lies. We all know it. He said, okay, basically, where are these radios then? Why does the FBI not secure the evidence and create a chain of custody? He said these were used for comms, right? Why didn't you maintain custody of this evidence? Why can't it be forensically examined? What might be found on those radios? Now here comes the prosecutor, Bill Ralston. Oh, I'm going to object. Sweep it up. We're going to sweep it up. don't talk about the FBI's radios that we provided for these people and have now destroyed the evidence of. Ooh, whoops. Can't have that happening. He goes, he objects. He's referring to something that is not in evidence. And he goes, I'm asking why it's not in evidence. I'm sorry. I do not mean to laugh, but this is the level of stupidity that we are at is remarkable. That this could happen to you. You could have the world's most powerful government, a massive federal apparatus like the FBI that has zero transparency, oversight, or accountability, meaning no one's watching them. Unlike local law enforcement, the FBI does not wear body cams. They don't have to provide anything except a Form 302 where an agent summarizes what they claim happened. This is ridiculous. The FBI, number one, shouldn't exist. It's not necessary. It's not needed. We already have DHS. We have local state law enforcement. Why do we need to have federal law enforcement? I thought the FBI was initially created to target organized crime like the mafia. From what I can understand, they are the mafia in modern times. They are them. They were paying Whitey Bulger, for example. They knew that he was literally murdering his competition, and nobody did anything about it. No one cared. Sorry. It's just I had to respond to a text message. But like, this is the thing. Like, they are the terrorists that they claim that they are foiling. That is them. Anyways, I just find it funny that they don't have to secure evidence. They don't have to have chain of custody. Oh, true. To be fair, the FBI investigate themselves all the time, and they just haven't found wrongdoing. Yeah, why aren't these in evidence is a viable question. If they objected on these grounds, it would make more sense. Yeah, that's a good point. Now the judge is clarifying about the question being, why aren't they in evidence? He goes, thank you for your testimony. No more questions. Yeah, what's the point if he's just going to lie? You know? Like, all right, now we've got Mr. Barnett coming up, who is the lawyer for Eric Molitor, and he's going to ask him some questions. He said, I represent Mr. Molitor, and you indicated that you saw him after 3 hours at some point Saturday. He says, I don't want to mischaracterize your testimony. Can you repeat when you first saw Mr. Molitor on Saturday? Saw or met? Sir, could you like not about the semantics? When did you see him? About an hour or two. About 3 hours after. He said, so you got there around 1. Bates says, yes, sir. So it would be 1 to 2 hours after that. So 2 or 3 o'clock, you say you saw him. He says, yes. He said, in fact, you called it an all-hands meeting. And now he's being asked to say it again. All-hands meeting. Everybody came in to a circle. 30 to 40 people. He said, what time was that? Bates says that happened somewhere around 1:30. He says, okay. And then he said, you saw Mr. Molitor there? And he said this was probably about an hour before, somewhere in that time frame. Is it safe to say then he wasn't at that all hands meeting? He goes, sir, I can't say specifically. I just know that I didn't take note of him. Okay, could you answer the question, please? These people are so annoying. So Radix is giving us a play-by-play of the proceedings happening. Yes, I'm on a little bit of a delay because, as you guys know, I do my commentary. I don't just let them lie. I'm not going to just do a play-by-play. I to add my comments on this. Laws don't apply to them. The ends justify the means. Yes. And Economath says a lawyer can be disbarred if they knowingly put a lying witness on the stand and elicit perjurous testimony. And yet they're never held accountable, are they? I mean, Special Agent Impola has been credibly accused of perjury in another case by the former U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Michigan, who literally requested that the FBI investigate him. This was directed to Stuart Platt, Assistant Director of the FBI, copied to Stephen D'Antuono, who was head of the Detroit field office at the time, saying, quote, the purpose of this letter is to inform you of the serious misconduct of the lead case agent, Heinrich Impola, Special Agent at the Detroit field office. Special Agent Impola committed perjury in early 2018 when he testified under oath on a material matter and in a manner that was inherently inconsistent with his sworn testimony in its supporting applications for numerous federal warrants, at least 3 of which Special Agent Impola had in hand when, on January 6, 2017, he solicited the assistance of CPB to violate Mr. Gadola's constitutional rights. We respectfully request the FBI's Office of Professional Responsibility Internal Investigations section investigate Special Agent Impola and determine why such a clear violation of federal law by Impola has not been referred to the U.S. Attorney in the Western District for prosecution. As the former Assistant U.S. Attorney of that office, I have firsthand knowledge of perjury prosecutions by that office. Why has such a blatant violation of the federal perjury statute by an 8+ year veteran of the FBI not been referred for prosecution? We also request assurance that Impola has been subjected to some degree of administrative discipline, and at the very least, that he has been included on the FBI's Giglio list provided to all defense counsel on whose clients and cases Impola continues to work. Special Agent Oompa Loompa. Yes, we will call him Oompa Loompa from here on out. That is his name now. Special Agent Oompa Loompa. The quote, checks and balances are completely unchecked and unbalanced. This quote, trial is essentially Weekend at Bernie's starring the Constitution. Yeah. Destroying it. Special Agent Oompa Loompa. I could just see him too. He has that weird head, and you guys know what I'm talking about. I don't like to make fun of people's physical appearance either, but you all know what he has, that look about him. You guys remember the Duper's Delight the smile he'd get on his face when he was called out in a lie because he can't help himself. I can just see him in wearing the little. Someone needs to meme that. We need a meme of Impala as an Oompa Loompa. Oh my god. Oh, that's great. Someone needs to meme that. He's going to get so mad, because they're all just like angry little men, that are like Richard Trask, sexual perverts. Okay. That's what they are. And someone has to talk about that. Can't just be me. We need the Oompa Loompa Impala meme. Someone put Photoshop his head onto the Oompa Loompa body. So now he is being asked, Red, you were brought in to control the timeline here, I take it, relative to explosives. He says, yes, sir. Explain what controlling the timeline means. He says, sir, it was made aware to me that the group was seeking explosives and that they may have had conversation with somebody outside of the group. What? That had stated that they might be able to supply it. And so it became important for safety reasons that the FBI take control of the timeline in order to ensure that they were not actually procured by the group. Who was he talking to? Who was Adam talking to then? Which person was it that was pretending to have access to that stuff? And is that person also working for the FBI? He said, were you controlling the timeline or that approach back in May? Very, very important question. When you were first contacted, he says, no, sir. Was it closer to September then? He said it was September 12th. So you attended both the 12th and the 13th. This is the Luther, September, Luther FTX, 12th and 13th. He says, and your role at the training was what? To be there to provide the explosives, or at least have the conversation with those that were the decision makers, to provide them with an opportunity to purchase these things that people shouldn't have. He says, okay. But that, as it worked out, Dan and you were trainers there, right? He said, no, I wouldn't say that, sir. Have you given prior testimony in this case before? Here it comes. Yes, sir. Did you testify on or about March 28th? Here comes the prosecutor. I'm going to ask that if Mr. Barnett seeks to impeach, that he put up that document or whatever he's got talking about to the witness. Okay, Mr. Ralston. Yeah, come running in. Oh, to sweep it up. Oh, no. Oh, he's been caught in another lie again. Oh, yes, we actually have the conversations of him leading the training at Luther. Oh, sweep it up. This is ridiculous and pathetic. But it's an admirable attempt, Mr. Ralston. We will give you that. Now the judge says what we're going to do. You can show the point that you're getting to impeach him. Then you can review the transcripts. Now there's a conversation happening, whispering. Now there's a random woman talking. Yeah, they're having a sidebar. Another sidebar. So it can be swept up for them. Sweep it up. Oh my God. Now they're doing a break. All right. I can skip forward. I love how they have this like, oh. So now he's being asked about what everyone was doing so something happened during the sidebar discussion where they apparently decided that question was not allowed to be raised again. And so he will now be asked about something else. All right, let's see. He's saying, how is so now the prosecutor is arguing that who trained these guys isn't relevant. Yeah, are the sidebars less frequent since you've stopped streaming the live video? I have noticed that. Yes. It's interesting to say the least. Oh, now he's saying, what's the purpose of saying that the FBI was leading if it's not for entrapment? And here the judge says, well, certainly what everyone was doing at the FTX is relevant. So the court doesn't see an issue with that. Of course, the questions will be subject to the conversation we had yesterday, which is, of course, that the judge has decided these men are not allowed to raise entrapment as a legal defense or even utter the word entrapment. Mr. Ralston doesn't want any of the actual undisputed facts that to be presented to the jury that could hint at entrapment. Well, guess what, Mr. Ralston? Maybe you shouldn't entrap people then. If you don't want the jury to hear the facts of the case, then have your agents bring legitimate ones. It's really simple. How is entrapment not a defense? There was a crime committed, otherwise they wouldn't be in court. So they were conspiring is what they're charged with to commit a kidnapping. It's conspiracy to kidnap the governor. They were hit with federal conspiracy charges. The federal defendants and the guys from state were hit with providing material support for T. But the only people is the FBI that is doing and leading everything. Isn't conspiracy a crime? Yes, that is the crime. But technically, it didn't happen. So it's also like that was one of the questions that people had with the entrapment defense, because it's sort of like admitting that you did something wrong, like that you committed a crime. Nobody actually conspired to kidnap her except the FBI. So it was difficult for these defendants to try to argue that they were entrapped, because they're maintaining like we didn't conspire to kidnap her. So it's difficult. Like it's an attempted entrapment. It's framing. It is basically entrapment, but there still wasn't anything that actually happened. Yeah, it didn't happen. Why are they here? They want their cake and to eat it too. Exactly. Yes. That's where we're at right now. And they're trying to prevent the jury from getting the truth, which is stunning to me. All right, the jury's being brought back in now after the sidebar. Also, at some point, guys, I'm going to have to go to the bathroom, and I will, while I'm doing that, I'm going to have to play like one of my videos, just like I could play the trailer or something while I do that. Because I don't want to leave you here with like no sound or anything. But I'm getting to the point where I do have to actually use a bathroom. And I would also like to eat today. We're at 1 o'clock. I've had nothing to eat since I woke up. I woke up at 6 this morning. I was trying to figure out what to do and how to cover this. And I'm doing this like basically, I'm not getting paid to do it. This is so obnoxious. I don't know why they put the microphones on their sleeves instead of next to their actual mouth. What was the purpose of that? And why is it happening? All right, here we go. Jury's being brought back in. Welcome back. Blah, blah, blah. He said, when we left, we were talking about September 12th, that Saturday. Is that correct? He says, yes. He said, you were present that day. I was. And you saw what was going on. Yes, sir. And you observed Dan leading the training that day, didn't you? He said, yes. He goes, didn't you testify just a second ago that he was not training? He said, I don't think you asked me that. Yes, he did. He said, what was Dan's role? He says, Dan was, so there were 3 sites, the 3 training sites, and Dan was leading the CCB, close quarters close quarters combat. What is this? CQC training. Dan's leading that. What is CQC? That's clear quarters combat, I guess. What does this mean? I don't know, guys. I don't run around, with in the woods with guns. Yes, I'd love to do that actually one day, but I've never actually done any of this like militia training stuff. So what is this? Is this like yeah. Okay. Well, it sounds actually fun. It means taking a building. Okay. It actually does sound really fun. Like, it does sound like the government just set up obstacle courses for them and then filmed them running through the obstacle courses. That's what it is. And like, it's like, I want to do the obstacle course too. Could we? I just don't want the FBI to set up my obstacle course. They're gonna film me going through the obstacle course. We got her, guys. Look at her. Look at her there. Oh my word. All 5 feet with her blonde hair and those blue eyes, tactical blue eyes. Oh my gosh. In her combat hair. So he said, "Okay, is that the shoot house?" He says, "Yes." So Dan was leading the training for the shoot house. He was, "Sir, what I would like to just answer the question, sir. Sir, tell the truth, sir. We need the shirts that just say, 'Sir, tell the truth.'" Oh my gosh, they were basically paintballing. Yes. Oh my god, yes, they I don't even think that they were like it's dry fire, right? So it's not like I don't think you can get hurt really doing it or something. They all smell like sulfur. It's true. Ordinary combat is typically outside at a distance. CQC is indoors where you're extremely likely to encounter an enemy face to face. So it's more, it would be like urban, I guess, like training, then more like urban training for like an urban environment or something like that. So as I said, like counterinsurgency is right. Dan started training them in the counterinsurgency, the coin stuff that he learned in Iraq. Wow. There were a bunch of folks running through there all afternoon with rifles. Oh, thank you. It was in preparation for a live fire exercise. And it was the goal of Dan and I to ensure that no one got hurt by an accident. So Dan was leading from that perspective just to ensure everyone would be safe. He said, "What did you see him train? What were the training steps he took that day?" Ensuring rifles were pointed in a safe direction. He said, "And you trained with him, did the same training." He goes, "In what sense?" He said, "I think you just said you ensured as well that people were safe." He said, "Making sure people were positioned in a manner that they weren't going to shoot each other." Oh, so as we said, you led the training, and this was not training these people would be able to do on their own without the FBI. Just tell the truth. Why is this difficult? He said, "What was your role working with Dan?" He said, "I was simply assisting him." He says, "Okay." He said, "You weren't leading the training, the whole thing?" He says, "No, sir." I want to bring up Christina's comment. It was live fire, and one guy got shot at an FTX, and Malter was medic, not the FTX, but a FTX. Interesting. They set up the FTX and trained them. Yes. Who came up with or broached the idea of doing training? The FBI. Yes, they're the ones. That is their FTX. And it was Steve who brought it up to Ty, they said, at Cambria, which was the July 11 through 12 FTX that took place in Wisconsin. So at Wisconsin, CHS Steve, the pedo informant, told Ty that Ty should put on an FTX at Luther. And this is the Luther FTX that is being discussed. So it would have been Steve that came up with this for the Luther FTX, at least. Okay. He just asked if Dan was the leader. He said, no, sir. He said, so he was training the Wolverine Watchman there at the shoot house. Red ass. He says, yeah. He goes, in part. Barry Croft? No, sir. Adam Fox. And you didn't see on Saturday Eric Molitor going through the shoot house, did you? He says, no, I did not. Because when there was discussion about the mock-up, that was in private meetings, wasn't it? Off to the side. The mock-up of the shoot house. He says, in what regard? He said, you testified there was a discussion that the shoot house was a mock-up of the governor's residence. He said, I wouldn't say that was in private. That was a very, for lack of a better term, very open air conversation that took place over the course of a great while, actually. Not just a short private conversation. So that's vague. He's not answering or telling the truth. If Dan said the plan was solidified on the 12th or 13th, would you agree with that? That the overall plan that's going on? He said, from a big picture, yes, sir. Okay. So there was that all hands-on meeting, that I call it, at 1:30ish. Those 29 to 40 people that are there training. Yes. Okay. That was obviously an open air meeting. Right? And he says yes. At approximately 5 o'clock that day, was there a private meeting? Yes, there was. Was that regarding videos of explosives blowing up, that sort of thing? What this is referring to is a video that was produced by the FBI of them blowing up an SUV. Red took this video on his phone and was showing it to these guys, bragging to them about how he was a explosives guy and he could get this and that, and look at this video of what I've done. The FBI literally blew up an SUV to make a propaganda video to use in an entrapment hoax. That's where your taxpayer dollars go. So the FBI can sit around blowing up SUVs, filming themselves doing it, and then using that video to entrap and entice and induce other people who literally have no idea that you've done this. He said, and there were informants there? He says, yes. And who were the informants present at that circle of trust? CHS Dan, CHS Steve, CHS Jenny, for a portion of the meeting. Of course, with him, Undercover Red, that's 4 FBI people. And how many people are in the circle of trust? 9. And 4 of them are working for the FBI. Wonderful. The agents that were present, himself, and UCE Mark. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, that's 5. 5 people working for the FBI. So again, more than half of the actual people in the circle of trust are literally the FBI. Hey guys, do you remember the picture, the actual meme? And the meme is like, they've got the Spider-Men, and the Spider-Men are all standing around in a circle pointing at each other, and like people write like Fed on it or whatever, like all the feds are in this circle and they're all like pointing at other like feds. That's what this is. It's literally the Spider-Man Fed meme, but just like throw in Adam and Barry and like a couple other unsuspecting people, and then they're all feds and they're all just standing there, and the FBI is playing this video that they made and they produced of a vehicle that they exploded while they're trying to induce criminal activity. New rule: someone offers you free training, it's the feds. Never accept their free training. Or if someone offers to drive to your house, pick you up, drive you to an FTX, pay for your hotel, purchase hot wings and booze for you, and then hands you an ounce of marijuana, I don't know. Maybe there's something suspicious going on. I love Barry, but bless his heart, how was this like, oh God. Because people they want to believe that everybody else is like them and is a good person. I know this is really hard for people to believe because I have experienced this when I've done my videos talking about narcissism and psychopathy. There is a portion of, a segment of the population that does not have a conscience. They do not feel empathy the way normal people do. They don't experience fear and anxiety. It's just not part of the things that they experience. And it's probably, due to some kind of issue with their prefrontal cortex. In any case, not to suggest that there's a brain deformation for every single person that's a psychopath. There is primary psychopathy, and then there is secondary psychopathy, or like learned psychopathy, which is essentially just a trauma response, I would say, to early childhood abuse and neglect. Sometimes those children that are in those situations develop psychopathic traits as a coping mechanism. It's like a defense mechanism that they adopt very early to cope and like get through life. So yeah, Barry was desperate to fix a broken country. Yes. And there are narcissists. Narcissists do feel empathy, though. They do experience emotions. They just have a shallow affect. Like they experience these things, they just don't feel them deeply. It's very superficially felt and not long lived. They can experience those things, though. That is a misconception that narcissists, like psychopaths, don't have empathy or experience and feel emotions. They do. It's just not for very long. And they quickly move on and make everything about themselves because they're so self-referential. But I do think that people don't understand. I believe, first of all, that psychopaths are more than 4% of the population. I think that the numbers there are very, very off. I would suggest that they're probably more around 10% of the population that actually has like a personality disorder in that regard. Now, I think normal people who don't think that way find it very hard to understand how another human being, they assume people are the same and that everybody is like everybody else. They don't understand how, like their mind just can't comprehend that there are some people who enjoy hurting others. they derive pleasure from it. It is called sadism or sadistic tendencies. Yeah, they just like, I think it's, people really need to be educated on the whole narcissism thing, on psychopaths. That's why I try to do those videos talking about that and different kinds of it, like how it expresses in different ways, like the difference between a grandiose narcissist and a vulnerable or covert one. I especially think that the vulnerable and covert narcissists are actually the most dangerous, because unlike the grandiose narcissist, they're not over the top. They're not like on the surface level, very full of themselves like a grandiose narcissist is. The covert and vulnerable narcissist pretends to be virtuous and mild and meek and helpful, but meanwhile internally is seething with rage, and anger and resentment, whatever. Okay. Yeah. If you have a malignant narcissist in your life, get them gone. Lawyers are expensive. Oh my God. Yeah. And that's the other thing. People do not understand that these people are like predators. They are literally like a predatory species. There is no, oh, you can't explain. You're not going to get them to understand. I know everybody gets mad. They get upset that they want the narcissist to understand what they've done to hurt you. You explaining it to them, they're never going to say, oh, you're right, I shouldn't have done that. That was wrong. You can show them, you could have a video of them, literally show them a recording of them doing or saying something, and they'll just outright say, that's not true. Or I only did that because you made me do it. Like, you're never going to get the apology. So don't even bother. You just cut them out of your life. You have to go no contact, because they're not going to change unless they choose to, but they wouldn't choose to because they see their issues as actually like an evolutionary adaptation that gives them an advantage over other people, because they don't have these things like feelings and a conscience that they have to worry about that other people have, and consider. They're not like that. So I think for Barry, he probably didn't understand that the people around him were, evil and wicked, and that the person leading them in prayer was actually a convicted pedo that was being protected by the FBI. I mean, I think that's just too much for most people to wrap their head around, that like you allowed somebody around your children that you didn't know was a pedo, and that the FBI was working that person, like running them, and tasked them with getting into your life and allowed them to be around your children. I mean, it's awful. Yeah, you can't reason with them. Okay, let's continue on here with more of the lies from Special Agent Timothy Bates, aka UCE Red. He just had to admit that Mr. Molitor was not at the quote unquote circle of trust that was like, what, 5 people working for the FBI and then 4 other people that were just there. He said that was a private meeting. He says it was. He said just a couple things about a night ride. He says there was an issue with the address of the governor's cottage, wasn't there? And then he just mumbles like, I don't know. And he goes, okay. Like, how, what? Oh my God. Radios came up earlier with Mr. Nunzio. I'd just like to ask you a couple questions about that. They were FBI radios, were they not? He goes, they were DeWalt radios purchased at a local hardware store. Sir, were they purchased and provided by the FBI? Answer the question. Stop trying to lie. Stop trying to add your context. Do they think that that plays well to a jury? I'm trying to think about what it must be like, the mind of an FBI agent, when they do these things where they're caught lying and they just kind of like refuse to provide a straight answer and then try to add their fake context to everything, and then they get caught out on more lies, then they have to go back, walk it back. Do they really think that this is going to play well with a jury? It is strange. Or do they actually, are they that arrogant and lack that much self-awareness that to them, they think it doesn't matter? Oh, we're FBI agents. People will listen to us even if we lie. Like, that must be, I wonder what it's like to live with that level of ego on a day-to-day basis. He said they were purchased the day before. He says, okay, and those were government radios. So, like, we're asking the question again. Thank you so much, Jonathan. I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody who has become channel members, everyone who has gifted channel memberships to others. I greatly appreciate that. Radix is the lawyer telling them not to lie, or is that your wishful thinking? Oh my gosh. Yeah, true believers get tunnel vision and will rationalize away their immoral and unlawful behaviors. That is absolutely true. If I were on the jury, I'd be pissed, or I'd be explaining entrapment and jury nullification as soon as we were sent to deliberate. I would too. That is a very, very good point. So again, he's asked again for the second time, are these FBI radios? We don't care where the FBI purchased them. The question is, did the FBI supply them? Because it seems to me like the FBI, they're the ones providing the material support, and I guess the ones that are the T's that apparently people are providing material support for. Well, every time you get down to the details, it is the FBI or one of their informants that is doing everything. He says, purchased by the government, sure. Thank you. You finally admitted that after trying to in a roundabout way, lie about it. They were purchased at a Home Depot. Sir, would you just say that, yes, the government supplied these, purchased and supplied them for the night recon? Thank you. It isn't hard. Swirly says, I love the government. I do too. I love them. And I have no questions about the integrity of certain historical events, if you know what I mean. The FBIs are the spiders who weave this web. Yes, of course. He says, and this is Mr. Barnett asking UCE Red, and you directed the group to go to channel 1. Is that right? Oh, he was instructing the people on how to use the FBI purchased radios. That's right, because a bunch of people who've been duped and are there as patsies, yeah, they don't really know about this stuff, right? Because it wasn't actually their plan. They didn't actually research these radios. They didn't purchase them. Adam didn't buy the radios. Barry did not buy the radios. Adam and Barry are called the ringleaders, and they're sitting in Supermax right now as we speak. And every single time, this is it. Every time there is an act in furtherance of, as you could say, the overt acts as charged in the indictment and criminal complaint, it is always the FBI that is doing it. Every single time. Every single time. Love to see the FBI credit card receipts for Home Depot. Yeah, I'd like to see what the FBI's receipts for the Chase bank account that these informants are apparently all utilizing. What were the credit cards and then the fake charities? Steve's fake charity that he's pushing the $5,000 credit cards on these guys that is supposed to be attached to his fake charity that didn't exist called Race to Unite Races. It even sounds like a stupid SJW thing. Like that sounds exactly like something the FBI would create as a fake 501c3. Race to Unite Races. You've got the pedo informant running around telling everybody his charity is arresting pedophiles. The actual pedo himself, who, by the way, the FBI is covering, they're keeping that off his record at this time, so no one can know. And they're allowing this man around their children, and he's leading families in prayer at these FTXs and meetings, posing as having a charity that goes after child traffickers, a pedo. I mean, it's like, I don't even know what to say to some of this stuff. You couldn't make it up if you wanted to, and no one can convince me that that's a coincidence or it was Steve's idea. No one can convince me that the FBI didn't think it was funny and cute to have their pedo informant pretending to be stopping pedos with a fake charity that isn't even a real 501c3. That wasn't a coincidence, I don't think. I think they thought it was funny. And I think they do that all the time. Similar things, don't they? Continuing on. He did tell people to turn on Channel 1 on the government-provided radios, on the government-planned nighttime recon, where the government is driving the vehicles and picking people up at their houses and telling them, oh, we're going to do land navigation training. Then he directed people to Channel 5. He says yes. And you provided them a code word of some sort to flip to 5. He says, I did. He said, what other directions or tasks did you give these folks? Yes, exactly. He just said earlier in his own testimony, oh, we weren't giving out tasks. It was Adam that was tasking people with things, and Barry. Right. Adam and Barry that are sitting in the back seat of the FBI's Suburban, that the FBI informant is driving, that the FBI undercover agent is sitting in the front passenger seat of. Is this supposed to be funny? How is this even real life? He said, here's what Special Agent Red says. I think it should be noted that the radios were for a safety purpose. That the FTX was taking place, and Mr. Barnett says, sir, I asked you a question. Here comes Mr. Ralston to sweep it up again. I'm going to object. And now the judge is mumbling something. I can't even hear him because, as usual, his microphone is on his wrist, not near his mouth. The question was asked. Mr. Barnett says, thank you very much, Your Honor. So, what time was the first private meeting on Saturday? Approximately. In the evening. It was probably between 5 and 6. He said you indicated there was a second meeting on the Sunday. Yes, sir. What informants were present at that one? CHS Stan was there. CHS Steve was there. Myself, UCE Mark. So 2 agents, 2 informants. Jenny P wasn't there that day. Don't recall if she was in that meeting or not. I think he literally just testified 5 minutes ago she was. Eric Molitor wasn't invited or wasn't present. He says he wasn't present. Not at either meeting throughout the weekend. He said, you called this meeting some sort of circle? He said, it's been referred to as sort of a circle of trust meeting. Oh, so that would make sense that Mr. Molitor is not trusted at this point. Objection! Oh, objection! Here comes Mr. Ralston, sweeping it up. Oh no. You guys called it that. You called it the circle of trust. So if Molitor is not invited, it does stand to reason he wasn't trusted. He wasn't considered part of the circle of trust. This is why they shouldn't come up with these stupid names for stuff, but they can't help themselves. Guys, yes. A circle of jerks. Oh my gosh. It's just like they come up with the stupidest. They called this Operation Cold Snap. Cold Snap. That's what they referred to this entire investigation as, Operation Cold Snap. They gave Dan a code name that was Thor. Circle of Trust. Thor. Operation Cold Snap. It sounds ridiculous. They know it does. They like to try to sound cool, and they've now it just was used against them. I'm watching for some time and extremely confused about what is happening. Jimmy, right now, I'm going over the testimony from today of Special Agent Timothy Bates, aka UCE Red or Undercover Red, and I am relaying back and forth his cross-examination of the questions he's being asked, the answers he's providing, and then I'm doing my commentary on it. Unfortunately, I can't show anymore the actual live proceeding and do my commentary because I'm under threat of being sued by a ridiculous company. Oh, and the judge sustained that objection, of course. So Mr. Molitor did not attend the, quote, Circle of Trust meeting. He says he did not. He said, was it at that time the plan solidified or the evening before? And Red asks, what part of the plan are we talking about, sir? He says, the overall plan of the governor. Red says, I can't speak to when it's solidified, I guess. But in my mind, that was the point where they agreed to purchase explosives. There was no agreement there, though, and no one gave him any money. You just calling everybody into a, quote, circle of trust, playing a video that the FBI filmed of them blowing up an SUV and then bragging to these guys like, "Oh, can we can get this. I did this. I blew up this SUV. I can totally get explosives." And people are just like, "Oh, yeah, that's really cool." Ronan asks, "Are we before or after lunch break?" We are before lunch break. I gave the timestamp earlier. It's 2 hours and 42 minutes in. Is what occurred at that meeting for the purpose of kidnapping the governor. That's a bold-faced lie. He literally is lying. A hostile witness says, "Thank you for covering this disgusting dung smear by the deep state on our Constitution. They enjoy destroying everything our country stands for." You are welcome. Of course, I'm going to try to cover it, but as you can see, I've been limited in my ability to do so, which is actually affecting my ability to do my journalism. He says Saturday, or he says Saturday. Okay, now Mr. Ralston's objecting again. Okay, so did any lawyers get back to you in your calls for help? No, but I've talked to like two of them just kind of briefly about the situation, but no one's actually reached out to me or talked to me about it or tried to I don't know. One person gave me some language I could maybe use, or kind of a pointer of in the right direction. But no, no one's offered to represent me or something. I don't know if they're with their threats. So he's saying who was all at the quote circle of trust. So this was 5 agents present and then 4 other people standing around the quote unquote circle of trust. So now he's going back and forward saying that the circle of trust didn't happen on Saturday. That was or did happen on Sunday, but the other meeting was on or Saturday, the other meeting was on Sunday. It's like, what are you talking about? Who was at the meeting on Saturday was the question. And which were watching the videos, Judge? He says yes. What a clown. Myself, Foxcroft, CHS Dan, CHS Steve. So that's 3 feds so far. And CHS Jenny, that's 4. And UCE Mark, undercover agent Mark Schwiers, that's 5. That's the one where he said the plan was solidified. And then his answer is just the one on Saturday, where things became more clear as to what they were purchasing them for. Nobody gave you money, though, sir. No one purchased anything. No. Let's see. He said, you said something about motor vehicles being involved. And then Red says, say that again. Did you testify that motor vehicles were involved? Stolen boats? That was part of the plan. He said that was discussed as part of the plan, that they would have to steal vehicles and boats to execute the plan. He's like trails off while saying it real quiet, like, because he knows it sounds absurd. He knows as he's saying it that it sounds ridiculous. And then Mr. Barnett says, wasn't there something about an ATV talked about? And Red says, I don't know anything about that. And he says, thank you for your time. Oh my gosh. All right, so there was a break there, and then it resumed. Now there's an argument about vague words between the lawyers. So they're now going over the issue where he was asked, at what point did you become aware that the shoot house was a mock-up of the governor's house? Okay. So he's going to ask that question again. The other lawyer had asked it before. This is bizarre. So here, I think this is the judge talking, asking about plan to kidnap the governor from Fox, where Croft and the Null brothers and Molitor were present. And he's saying something about answer. Were they present? Were they present? Okay, so now they're arguing over what is a proper question to ask, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Now the judge is this is so weird. The judge is asking the FBI agent if he discussed the explosives with the Null brothers. Oompa Loompa, shame on you. Have they deployed any new memes of warfare? Exactly. You would think public court videos were meant to be public. You would think. The whole Loncock saga. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Okay, continuing. So the judge is asking, look, were explosives even discussed? You showing people a video does not equal an agreement. He's saying what was said. How long does this need to be? He said the intent was to mock up at least the approach to the governor's house. This is once again trying to discuss the quote unquote shoot house that he just admitted he and Dan were doing the training for. Hello? How? Oh my God. He said, who stated that? Red says Mr. Garvin. Who did he state that to? He goes, that one's much more difficult. It was there was a group of people training at the shoot house, sort of an open air conversation. The Null brothers were at the shoot house at that time, along with I think Mr. Higgins was standing there. Mr. Fox was standing there. But it was very much a conversation that was had over the course of time and said as people were coming and going, sir, who did Ty Garvin tell that to? This is the thing. When they're lying and you've tried to get specifics from them, he says, that's a bit harder to answer, and then comes up with this bizarre, vague statement about developing over time. How does it develop over time? Somebody made a statement that this shoot house training is modeled after her cottage. How does that develop over time? It takes 2 seconds to say the words for them to come out. This does not develop over time. It's who did he say that to? What people specifically? Could we just answer the question? The judge says, do you know who knew that that was supposed to be a mock-up that was supposed to resemble the governor's house? He says, no, Judge, I do not know. Who knew that? Is that because they were tarps that were hung up, blue tarps, and it doesn't really look like anything? Is that why? Is it because it wasn't actually designed for that and you know it wasn't, but you're having to say that because you put that in your indictment? Huh. The judge is still talking for some reason. The judge is asking, was there any meeting or discussion about the plan to kidnap the governor, Governor Whitmer, from Fox or Croft, that the Null brothers or Mr. Molitor were present for? Why is that? Like, this is strange to me that even the judge is having to tell this guy, like, could you just be truthful? Could you just directly answer direct questions without lying, adding context, making things up, giving a vague statement that things were just said? Well, it developed over time while people were going in and out. Would you just say the truth? He can't. And I find this whole thing amazing. He says, yes. So the meeting that took place on Saturday, around noon on Saturday. I thought Eric wasn't even there at noon on Saturday. Wow. Was a meeting attended by the Null brothers, Fox Croft, Brandon Caserta, myself, CHS Dan, CHS Steve, CHS Jenny too, right? That meeting was to discuss, he says, objection, speculation. That meeting was to discuss or did? What was discussed at the meeting? He says, the purchase of explosives from me, but no one agreed to that, right, sir? You just showed people a video and said, oh, I can get this. And people said, oh, okay, that's nice. Who discussed that? The judge asks. He says that was Mr. Fox. If I may elaborate, no, sir. Why don't you just answer the question directly and tell the truth? You don't get to elaborate on your own fake narrative. This is ridiculous. Can I elaborate on this conversation? He said, answer that part. So that was a discussion that Mr. Fox had. Red says everyone that was present was part of the conversation regarding purchasing explosives from me. Who was there for that? Myself, Mr. Fox, Mr. Kraft, the Null brothers. He says Brandon Caserta was there. I'm pretty sure Brandon was at work this day. CHS Dan was there. CHS Steve. So people were there, but nobody is saying anything. No one is agreeing to anything. You brought it up and had a conversation about how people could purchase things from you, and you showed a video that the FBI made of you blowing up an SUV. He says the Sunday meeting at the FTX, explosives, were the Nulls who was present at that. Red says that was the meeting that I just referenced. How long was that meeting? Now, Mr. Nuncio's correcting the court to say that the 12th was Saturday, the 11th, or the 13th was Sunday. We don't want the jury confused to the dates. You guys jump forward and backward in time, like, and you're going to all these different events. Like, of course, the jury is going to be confused. He's not speaking clearly. He's going forward and backward in time, and he's trying to just make it up as he goes. Now there's an argument happening with the judge, with Mr. Nuncio, where they're kind of arguing about what was said, about what dates, blah, blah, blah. Agent, there was a meeting on Saturday where explosives were discussed. Is that correct? And then he says that's correct. Who was present at the meeting? On Saturday, the 12th. Saturday, the 12th was the meeting where I showed the video that the FBI made of me blowing up an SUV. At that meeting was myself, CHS Dan, Adam Fox, Barry Croft, CHS Jenny, CHS Steve was there, yes. And this is when there was talk of the plan being finalized relative to explosives. Do you recall that testimony? He says, yes. Was Molitor at that meeting? No, it was not. Then there was a meeting on Sunday, the 13th. Is that correct? Yes, Judge. I know we've gone over it a couple times. Who was at the meeting on Sunday, the 13th? UCE Red, Barry Croft, Adam Fox, the Null brothers were there. Brandon Caserta was there. CHS Dan, CHS Steve. How long was that meeting? He said, I would say that meeting is somewhere in the neighborhood of 25 minutes. Wow. He just can't give a straight answer. What was said at the Sunday meeting? That meeting, it was noted by Mr. Fox that moving forward, that the group of individuals that were standing there at the time, it was sort of a moment for those people who was standing there. They were told this was a discussion concerning the governor, and if they wanted out, they should leave now. No one left. After that, it was stated that the group would be pulling resources, doing things together, money to be able to purchase $4,000 worth of explosives from me. It was also stated, it was also asked by Mr. Fox of me if I could supply them with flashbangs, as previously discussed. Again, noted that additional surveillance would need to be done and that the theft of boats and vehicles would be needed to conduct the operation. So they were going to have to be looking for opportunities to do that as well. That is the stupidest answer I've ever heard. And again, if this existed, play the audio. Yeah, exactly. Play the audio if it exists. 5 informants and agents were there, all recording. There was an additional question from the jury about that same sort of topic. The questions in that note I haven't answered. So this is so weird. The jury's asking questions already. The jury is confused about this, about who's at these meetings, what is being said, because they're trying to purposely make it confusing so that the jury will just side with them because they present themselves as authority figures. Yeah, isn't that interesting? How the incriminating conversations seem to be the only conversations they don't have recorded. In the neighborhood of, like, possibly lying. Exactly. That's exactly right. Okay, so now Mr. Nunzio is asking him questions again. He said you had indicated that this mock-up of the governor's residence was kind of an open air kind of thing, correct? He says, yes. Okay. And you said, you testified that you heard this, correct? Okay. Is that a yes? He says yes. Okay. And at that time, You had a recording device on you, correct? Yes. Okay. Are there any recordings? Any recordings, to your knowledge, that capture this open air conversation regarding the mock up of the governor's residence? Yes or no? Are there any recordings that exist that reflect what you're telling the jury today? He goes, I can't speak to that. What? There's 5 people there, some of them wearing multiple recording devices, and this open air conversation happens, and you can't speak to whether any recording of that exists at all. And we know this because it doesn't exist. It didn't happen. He's lying. Yeah, I can't imagine how this could possibly make sense to the jury. That's why I worry they will blindly side with authority. I worry that myself. We have to just pray. He says he doesn't know if those recordings are there or not. Sir, it is now 3 years. 3 years have gone by. You didn't do any looking into this on your own? You in the FBI, you didn't prepare with the prosecutors? Lies. We know that you did. That recording doesn't exist because if it did, it would have been broadcast all over the nightly news. They are looking for any little thing they could take to make these guys look bad. If that recording existed of this, quote, open air conversation, we've never so far heard any agreement about any kind of plot on the audio. We've heard vague discussions of things that were recorded at scenarios that the FBI created and instigated. That's it. It is entrapment, pure and simple. If those recordings existed, they would have been handed over during discovery. Well, you would think that they would have to, right, to meet their Brady obligations? Yeah, but they didn't because they don't exist. He says, you have no idea, do you? Red says, I don't know if it exists on recording. He says, well, if I were to suggest that there are no recordings, would that surprise you? And Ralston says, I'm going to object to the form of the question. And Mr. Nuncio says, why? That was great. Would it surprise you that there are no recordings of what you're testifying to today? And then here comes the prosecutor to object. Oh, don't let him answer that. Don't let him answer that. And the judge is saying, well, I think the question is that there are no recordings. That's the question. And that he can ask that. Red says, based on what I know of how the recordings worked that weekend, no, it wouldn't surprise me. Oh, so this pivotal weekend where you now say this is when the plan was finalized. Oh, 5, maybe 10 different recording devices. Oh, just magically weren't acting well that weekend. Oh, okay. All 10 of them that each informant had, just none of them were working. Just at this one time, though, and all the other times everything was okay. Huh. They actually believe that people will believe this. They think that you're that dumb that you will not question this. You'll just go, oh, right. That makes sense. Because the FBI spends, thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars on a terrorism enterprise investigation, and they make sure that while they are around these super dangerous, scary people, not one of numerous recording devices on numerous agents and informants is working. Oh, yes, that sounds very plausible. I'm sure. And I'm, the gingerbread man. He says, well, you heard it. You had a recording device on you, correct? He says, yeah. Oh, okay. And you obviously went over your recordings, didn't you? He says, I did. You went over how many other agents? How many other FBI agents did you go over the recordings with? He says, you don't have to tell us the names, just tell us the number. He says, in what capacity? He says, well, what did you do with your recordings? This is amazing. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys, but like, again, here we are with chain of custody, any kind of proper handling of evidence, like you would expect in a real trial or like a real criminal case. You would expect, for example, in a homicide case, that if somebody murdered somebody with, say a hammer, bludgeon someone to death, you might think that it would be pertinent and probably a good idea to bag that evidence, to properly handle it, and then to record it in an evidence log it into evidence and store it in an evidence room so it can be forensically examined, right? This is like what you would expect. Not with the FBI. They don't have to do that. They don't even have to follow the rules that like your local law enforcement would have to follow. Like police, if they were actually investigating a real crime, like they have to substantiate things. They have to show chain of custody. They have to show preservation of evidence, blah, 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 blah. The FBI, how do they handle evidence? Where's their forensic chain of custody that shows how these recording devices were obtained and preserved? Why is there no evidence bag of, hey, this is the recording device from this date. These tapes are being logged into evidence. Where's this evidence folder and file? Oh, that's right. They keep everything under protective seal, hidden from everybody, including the jury. He says, did you turn him over? Who'd you give him to? You gave him to Agent Impala, didn't you? Red says, I believe my recording devices. No, not you believe. How about you tell the truth? There's about 4 or 5 questions there. The lawyer says, I realize that. Who did you give your recordings to? At the end of the day, yeah. It was Mr. Chambers. Oh, Mr. Chambers. Well, he would never destroy evidence. Not Chambers. He's a good boy. He would never do that, would he? He says, okay, Jason Chambers. Well, before coming in here today, you obviously met with some of the other agents and the assistant attorney general sitting here to review your testimony. And there's nothing wrong with that, correct? He says, yes. Oh, yeah, you're all sitting there going, how are we going to counter this woman in her basement just sitting there debunking us? Oh, let's prepare. I'll make sure you listen to this again. Oh, and you listen to that because there's this mom sitting in her basement and she's debunking our lies to like 30 people or 50 different people. Oh, we must shut it down. He says, did anybody ask you or review with you any of the recordings that include this mock up conversation of the governor's residence. That topic never came up to review before your testimony today, correct? He says, no, the topic came up in review of the testimony. It did not come up in, and then he just trails off. Okay, well, let me ask you this. Case has been pending for quite some time, right? Yeah, 3 years now. In the past 3 years, have you listened to any recordings that included this mock-up governor residence conversation? He says, I have reviewed all of my tapes. He says, I don't know if it exists elsewhere. I can't speak to that. But I'm asking you, and now you've added an element to that. Have you listened to any recordings that include what you testified to in front of the jury today regarding this open air mock-up conversation? No. Oh, right. Well, how many informants and FBI agents were present during this? I think you called it this continual conversation about the mock-up. How many would have been present? How many would have had recording devices on them? Please tell the jury. At any one time, probably two. And that would be the minimum amount of informants or agents who'd been present during this mock-up conversation. He said, what about the maximum number? 2. I would guess. That's a speculation on my part. I would guess. He says, is CHS Dan one of those people? Yes. Is Undercover Mark one of those people? He says, I don't recall him in the vicinity during that conversation. Okay, but you don't know. He says, I don't. What about CHS Jenny P? He says, no. Okay. Can you think of any other CHSs who would have been present during that period of time? He says, no. And you didn't have the opportunity to review any of their recordings to see if this mock-up conversation existed. Correct? He says correct. He says you have, though, reviewed recordings before coming in here today, correct? And he says yes. The ones you didn't review were this mock-up conversation, correct? In other words, you were presented with other recordings before coming in here today, correct? To listen to. He said, I was presented with all of my recordings. I'm sorry, you were presented with all of your recordings? You just testified. You were presented with all of your recordings before coming in here today, correct? He says at some point in the last 3 years, I reviewed all of my recordings. Not really an answer, though, is it? He says, wasn't Ty Garbin in the breakout group at the FTXs? Wasn't he in one designated group aside from Mike and Bill Null, to your knowledge? In terms of, I'm not understanding when the group separated. Weren't there certain breakout groups? In other words, group one would be in one station, another group would be at another station. Ty Garbin was never in the Null group, was he? Red says, I believe the video that was reviewed earlier today shows the Nulls entering with Ty Garbin present. Okay, do we hear anything there about the mock-up of the residence? He says, I can't speak to it. How many people would you say were present during this mock-up of the governor residence during the FTX? How many people were present during that? He says, during the conversation, the open air conversation. Hey, we're doing the FTX, and this is a mock-up of the governor's residence. How many people were there participating in the FTX? In the FTX on total, probably 30 to 40. No, who were listening, who heard, who heard. He says, I can't speak to who heard. He said, but more than 10 people, right? He says, I can't speak to that. Well, there were individuals who were not arrested, correct, who heard this plan, participated in the FTX, right? And then the prosecutor objects. He said he can't testify as to who heard what, and he said, I'm asking about the number of people. The people that heard the conversation. Now the prosecutor is objecting again. He said the witness can't testify as to who heard what. That's not what he was asking. He's asking how many people were present when this, quote, open air conversation happened. And the reason that they're objecting and they can't come up with anything is because this didn't happen. There's no audio of it. There's only the words of the agents and informants who claim it happened. But there's nobody else who can substantiate it. And magically, their recording devices just weren't working. None of them, actually. All of them just malfunctioned at the same time, I guess. Okay, now he's had to withdraw the question and replace the word heard for who and how many people were present in the FTX. Now he has to ask, and then he has to rephrase it. He says, you indicated this open air conversation, this discussion of this mock-up of the governor's residence and the FTX was talked about throughout the FTX, correct? Red says it was a conversation that where things were mentioned regarding that at several points. That's his answer. It's like, where's the recording then? Where's anything that could back this up? I mean, this is absurd. How many people, total people, were present during these conversations? Red says, so the total number of people at the FTX was somewhere between 30 and 40. It was split into thirds. So, like, in terms of being at that particular station, you're talking about 12 to 15 people, depending on how the group was actually split. Now, in terms of proximity to Ty when he said it and who actually heard it from the group, I can't speak to that. So then why did you just say earlier that this was when the plan was solidified and that everybody agreed? Now he's saying he doesn't know if anyone heard what Ty said. Can't speak to that. Sir, you just did. You just said this is when the plan was solidified. Between who? Who? He can't even say who was all standing around when Ty allegedly said this. Now, the reason that this is getting brought up, for people who don't understand, Ty was one of the first people who took a plea deal. Ty was the first person who took a plea deal. His lawyer used to work for the FBI, also another coincidence. Part of Ty's plea deal was lying for the government in exchange for getting 0 jail time, unlike Adam and Barry, who are rotting in Supermax right now. And part of his lie was to say that there was actually a plan and that he himself was part of it. So Ty comes up with this lie, this story, and says, oh yeah, I said this and there were people there and they heard me, and so now we're playing this game of trying to pretend this happened when there is no evidence to suggest it does. Now, he testified, Special Agent Tim Bates, UCE Red, testified that that there was this agreement. This is when it's solidified, where they're talking about this being a mock-up of her home, and they're going to do the amphibious assault, right? And take out her detail and all this other stuff. But he can't confirm if anybody heard Ty say it. And just all of the recording devices happen to just not be functioning properly, but just on that day and time alone. Sounds very plausible. So he says that the nulls were present during that time. So he says yes. Now he's getting into the meeting. The meeting that Red says happened on the 13th. That was on a Sunday, correct? He says yes. He says you did hear Steve Robeson call for the nulls to come down to the meeting, correct? He says, I don't recall that. Guys, that is entrapment. That's their informant directing them to come be present while this conversation is happening that we're going to record and suggest incriminating things to you. Like, come on. That is literally a setup. I don't know. This isn't Adam calling it. It's not Barry calling it. The so-called ringleaders. It's not the Wolverine Watchman doing it. That's CHS Steve, the pedo. He says, do you recall Jenny P specifically getting the nulls to join the meeting? correct? He says, I don't recall that. Oh, how convenient. When you say you don't recall, is it possible that they did? Or you just don't recall? He said, I don't know if they did or did not. Okay. So you don't know how the nulls were invited and who got them for the purposes of the meeting on the 13th. Correct? He says, I do not. Steve Robeson said they didn't want any fence sitters. I think you had described on direct examination people who wanted to be in and people who wanted to be out, correct? Right? He says, yeah, okay. The nulls didn't, and you were recording at this time, correct? He says, yes, okay. And you have reviewed that recording before coming in here today, correct? He says, yes. Recently or within the last 3 years? Recently. Okay. Neither Null, Mike nor Bill Null, said, I'm in. They don't do that, do they? Yes or no? No. No. Unbelievable. Then what are we doing here, sir? Neither Mike or Bill Null said, I'm down with the plan. I'm in. They don't say that either, do they? He just doesn't answer. Like, he says nothing. There's just this long, awkward pause. And then Mr. Nuncio asks, was there a request for funding for these explosives at this meeting on the 13th? He says, yes. The Nulls, neither Bill nor Mike Null, said, hey, listen, we can pitch in 100 or 1,000 or 5,000. They never say anything regarding the purchasing or the contribution of funds for these explosives, do they? Nobody did. I was asking specifically about the nulls. Wow. The portion of the explosive talk at this meeting, was there an itinerary sent out before this meeting took place on the 13th, or was this an ad hoc meeting? In other words, it was just everybody come down, we need to talk. Barry or Adam need to talk. Was there an itinerary? Did people know why they were going down to this meeting? I can't speak to that. Well, did you let people know why they were going to the meeting? No. Okay. Did you know what the meeting was about before people came to join the meeting? He says, I did. But you can't say whether or not the nulls knew what the meeting was to take place and what was to be discussed, correct? You can't say that. And he's just not answering. The explosives, part of the meeting on the 13th, was a minor part. Would that be a fair statement? In other words, it wasn't discussed throughout this 25-minute meeting, correct? He said, I would actually say it was a major part of the conversation. We just happened to not record it. None of us. Because we were, he says, in terms of time frame, not major part, time frame. Now the judge is sweeping it up for him. You asked him, and he's saying it was a major part. Now follow it up with length of time. How many minutes was the explosive talk about at that meeting? 1 minute? I can give you a number of minutes and you wouldn't be able to answer the question. Is that correct? Several minutes. There was discussion of purchase price and all those things. Purchase price and who can fund, who can contribute. Yeah, he says no, that wasn't discussed. It was it was offered by Mr. Fox that the group would be pulling money at some point in the future. Oh, okay, right. So you played a bizarre video for everybody of you blowing up an SUV that the FBI filmed for you that you could show these guys. These guys don't really know you. You show them this video, and Adam's like, oh, yeah, we could discuss pulling resources for that sometime in the future as like a way to shut it down. Adam doesn't say, hey, let me get on that next week. He doesn't say anything like that, and nobody actually wanted to do it. Nobody ended up putting down any money on any down payment for this. It didn't happen. They just kept trying to get people to do it, and nobody did. To your recollection, and you were there, none of the nulls stepped up and said, we would like this. Correct? Yeah. After the meeting concluded, the nulls left camp, correct? I don't know if they did. How come? How come you don't know? He says, I wasn't in charge of attendance. Oh, I thought you were observing everything. You know, he knows everything and remembers everything when it comes to the government narrative, just not when it comes to, like, anything else. You weren't in charge of them? Would it surprise you they left right away? Right after this, I guess perhaps it would surprise me, he says. Wow, that's actually a pretty funny admission. What it means is that you don't actually know anything about these people that you're attempting to frame and entrap. And in the 3 years since, you've done zero research into your own so called investigation. Okay. Where did you go after the meeting? He says, shortly after that meeting, I left. You left. How soon after the meeting did you leave? I would say within 30 or 45 minutes. So you don't know if the null stuck around or took off, do you? I don't. No more questions. Okay, so now I believe we are all caught up. Wait, nope, we're back. Okay, that was lunch. So now I think they're going to be bringing in another officer. Mm. Okay, so now they have a lieutenant up there, another police officer. Oh, and we're not going to see this cop because of witness protection. None of these people are actually in witness protection. This is just to cover up for the nonsense. It's ridiculous. He's a resident of Antrim County. He worked for the sheriff's department, worked for Traverse City Police Department, eventually got into Michigan State Police in 2004. He was posted at the Cadillac Post, Home Lake Post, worked a couple summers on Mackinac Island, worked on a different governor's protection detail. He said Snyder, then was a sergeant, Traverse City, Cadillac area. And then when Whitmer became governor elect, he was transferred down to Lansing and became her detail. So this must be Scott McManus, the head of her security detail. Like, we know what he looks like. There's a picture of him out there riding a stupid bike on Mackinac Island for some local publication. He looks like a doofus. But anyways, they're asking about her executive protection unit. This is, of course, Mr. Ralston, the attorney general here, assistant attorney general on direct. He's asking, what do you do? As an agency, Michigan State Police, we historically provide protection for the governor and her family. Governors. Kind of everyone's familiar with the Secret Service on a federal level. Similar to that, but at a state level. We're all members of Michigan State Police. In terms of her security detail, what's it comprised of? It's all Michigan State troopers. He says, as we call them, enlisted members, uniformed troopers, trooper, sergeant. This is just the stupidest description I've ever heard. So he's saying during the time your troopers are protecting the governor, what are some of the things that they do in terms of the activities or duties? He says we're responsible for the safety of the governor and first family, and that could be taking care of the children, the first lady or first gentleman. First gentleman. I'm sorry, but could you imagine being married to a girl boss who's the governor and you're called the first gentleman? I don't know what to say. Obviously, the governor is the primary role of keeping her punctual. Oh, wow, you're like handlers. We're 100% responsible for the transportation of her to and from events. She she is not anywhere without someone from her detail. Now they're asking about how people are selected to make up her detail. This is just nonsensical stupidity. So I'm certainly not wasting time with it. We're skipping ahead. I could never be a lawyer, by the way. Not at all, because I could never deal with this, having to listen to this crap all day. It's so annoying. Now he's being asked about Special Agent Impala with the FBI. He says that's correct. Were the two of you coordinating that day? This must be talking about Lansing. So let's roll it back a bit here. Oh, Christ. August 29th. You mentioned that your detail that protects the governor, her family, and their residence here in Antrim County, right? He says, that's correct. And were you in contact with Agent Impala before that date, April 29th, about a possible surveillance that was going to happen to the governor's summer cabin? He says, that's right. Yeah, we all knew about this. Their recon. The FBI planned it with us. And then they let us know that this was going to happen. And we picked the best time that would work for Whitmer. He says, myself and Agent Impala were in direct, routine, daily communications. And he was regularly updating me on anything that potentially could affect our operations. Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, that's normal. Did you have to take measures on August 29th to change the governor's schedule? He says, I do recall doing so. That particular day, Agent Impala informed me that some individuals may be conducting surveillance on the cottage, and at the time, the first gentleman was there as he frequented the cottage more so than the governor. Oh, shit. Was this one of those situations where the husband is staying at the cottage and then Whitmer is living at her own house? Yeah, I think so. And yeah, he stays over there more. The first gentleman happened to be there. That is so funny without Whitmer, because he probably, to be fair, like respectfully, I couldn't stand her either. I can't stand her voice. If I were her husband, I would also be residing in a separate home. I'd be living in the freaking vacation cottage too. Hey, anyways. After receiving that information, he contacted the first gentleman. It's imagine saying that without laughing. The first gentleman. It's so funny. I advised him of the situation. He requested that he leave the cottage. Lieutenant McManus was at the, yes, I said this was Scott McManus. I already knew who it was going to be. Was there a time that you were made aware of? surveillance on the governor's cabin here in Antrim County. He says, that was the first incident, but I'm aware of a second as well. Oh, let's take you to September to our second planned recon. Yes, you were made aware of that too when we planned the whole thing out together. Remember? Specifically, September the 12th. Is that the date that stands out in your mind, sir? Correct. Oh, he looks very concerned. You should see the look on his face. Like, that's how he looks. Who does that weird expression with their face if they're not a woman? That feminine, like, pouty, you know. Who does this as a grown man? Then again, the photo I saw of McManus driving around on Mackinac Island on his little bike, he looks feminine. He's wearing these little shorts. You know, you guys know what I'm talking about. And then his little helmet. And he reminds me of the freaking cyclists. I cannot stand the cyclists that go on the bike trail and they wear a full outfit to let you know that they're a cyclist. They wear these tight spandex, super short shorts. And as a woman, okay, I don't want to see a man wearing what appear to be underpants that are skin tight and a spandex material. And then they wear these spandex shirts and they always wear weird, bright colors. And then they wear their helmet and then they have their silly little reflectors on their bikes. And it's just like, you look ridiculous. And no one wants to see a man in spandex shorts where the outline of everything is revealed to all and sundry. No, thank you. Nathan says, I don't trust anyone that rides a bike that costs more than $500. They're taking it too seriously. I know. All right, so we'll just show. We can at least do this. We can show his face, his concerned, pouty look. Oh, yeah, I remember that second recon that we planned with the FBI, you know, and the first gentleman. Imagine being a man and being called the first gentleman and being married to her. I mean, respectfully, she does look very masculine. I've seen pictures of her when she was younger, and I have to say, that when she was younger, she looked attractive. I don't know if she had some kind of surgery done or whatever, but look at a young, Google a picture of a young Gretchen Whitmer. She looks different than she looks today. We'll say that. I don't know what happened or why she looks so masculine today. I believe there's been some surgery. I'll just say that, okay? It looks like some work has been done. So he's being asked if he had interaction with Special Agent Impala, of course, when they planned the recon. And guys, we've read the messages. I mean, I have the FBI quite literally like talking about how we need to get them up there while they have the low light pole cam. Here is Special Agent Williams, September 12th, the night that McManus is being asked about. This is Scott McManus. He is the head of Whitmer's security detail. At 7:36 p.m., Special Agent Williams texts and says, low light pull cameras are looking really good right now. If any gets comms with an undercover or a CHS, remind them to get some sort of ambient around the cabin so we can pick them up via video for evidence. I am not making that up. It literally says it word for word. That is their text message to each other as they're planning it. Then we have the FBI, an unknown FBI agent, they won't tell us who, texting the target The target address is blah, 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 Timberlake Drive, Elk Rapids, Michigan. Here's the location of the boat launch, Birch Lake Public Boat Launch, Cowden, Michigan, 49648. This is again showing the FBI stage managing this nighttime surveillance that Mr. Ralston is presenting to everybody and pretending this was a real nighttime recon, which it wasn't. Special Agent Chambers at 10:14 p.m. on that night ride along says, quote, looking up the lake house address, and then sends the wrong address. Then we have another agent at, again, unknown FBI agent. They won't tell us who this one is because this puppy is going to get in trouble when we find out who he is. Quote, great video of the pulling into the boat launch now, unquote. So the FBI had multiple cameras there, we all know, and they're stage managing this. Now, another interesting thing is we just had Undercover Red, saying that this discussion about explosives happened on the 13th. Remember how we were told, how he said none of the recording devices were working that day? Of the 5 people that are supposedly doing this surveillance, we're told, no, this is when there was talk about explosives. This is the date that allegedly they're shown a video that the FBI created of the FBI blowing up an SUV, and then Red presents it to people and says, oh yes, I can get this. And then we're told that there is a discussion that doesn't get picked up. But it's interesting because this is Special Agent K. Schmitz with a Z, excuse me. Special Agent Schmitz on the 13th texting and saying, no talk of explosives today. So who's telling the truth? Special Agent Schmitz, when they're texting this on the 13th, no talk of explosives today. Or is it UCE Red, Special Agent Timothy Bates, when he says that conversation happened on the 13th and that all of the recording devices happen to be malfunctioning? Anyways, yeah, 5 people, but 12 of them are She became a Democrat. Oh, is that what happened and why she looks more masculine? I don't know. Oh no. She must have had the same surgeons as Bruce Jenner. What's his name now? He goes by like Caitlin or something, or Catherine or something. Yeah, we're not going to use that though. Anyways, I've been going for 5 hours. I haven't used the restroom once and I haven't eaten anything today. I don't know if we'll just keep going for now. But we'll get past Miss McManus. Really, the only reason that he's going to be testifying is to talk about how they literally planned this whole thing with her family. Now, on direct, they're going to try to make her a victim and her gentleman or whatever, the first gentleman. Agent Impala informed me that the same group were returning back. Oh, you mean because they planned it? And that this particular day was nighttime surveillance. So, given that piece of information, he's not sure that the governor's family. What? We're up to 2 surveillances inside a couple of months there. Is that correct? No, sir. The dates are August 29th and September 12th. Hello. Less than that, but the 29th. You're in charge of the detail, right? At that time, I was. Was anything concerning to you at all? He says, uh, absolutely. The level of, and let's just again, we've talked about Duper's delight, have we not? Yes, we have. Look at the look on his face as he knows he has to pretend that he was concerned about the homeless man who lives in the basement of the vac shack and bury the middle-aged stoner. Look at the look on his face. That is called Duper's delight. He has that little, he knows he's about to lie. This is why I feel like having the video is important, so that I like to talk about the body language of these people, but you can always tell, like, they give it away in their presentation and affect. He knows he's about to lie and pretend that he felt concerned or scared about a group of misfits being led around by the nose by the FBI, multiple agents and informants. I mean, good Lord. And they're obviously planning it all in advance and letting everybody know, but he was concerned. It's just so funny when you pause on an expression and you can just see that that person knows that they're lying and being deceptive. And I also, if I say so myself, I do see a tinge of shame on this man's face. Like, he knows he's lying, but he feels like he has to kind of just do this anyways. You can tell, though, that he does not even believe what he's about to say. Threats that we were vetting were pretty historic, meaning looking back, speaking with other details that are long since retired, they have not dealt with the level of threats that we were currently dealing with the information that Agent Impola was furnishing to me. So it changed our outlook and how we do our missions. And again, talking about the expressions on the face of someone when they know that they're lying. Look at this man's face. Look at the pursed lips and the corner of his eyes here. He knows he's not telling the truth. And I just find that amusing. Yeah, the threats that they were fabricating. Exactly. My goodness. All right, continuing on here. Were you made aware of any operational security the groups were using? He goes, I was under the understanding that the information we were gathering, they were training to potentially kidnap the governor. I'm sorry, we have to do this again. We're doing it. Just for the second here, look at the look on his face. If that is not like I know I'm lying, but please believe me, you miss what he did with his chin here. He like sucked in for a second, looked like he was like gulping almost, like, and then doing this weird little almost kind of like pouty thing. Again, the very feminine display that I described earlier. This weird feminine body language. I don't know what this is. It is strange. But this is also a man who has worn spandex shorts, basically. Did you ever face that threat before? He's asked. He says, no. Yeah, no, the FBI hasn't actually planned to kidnap a governor before. This is actually the first time we've dealt with this threat. Oh, okay. Oh my God. This look too. All right, let's just, okay. First, this look. Someone needs to meme this look, and then where's this one where he purses his lips like that? It is ridiculous. Oh, where is it? Damn it. I missed it. I've lost it now. He made this, so first he's like, and then he does this other look where he goes, it's like, what are you doing, sir? Are you okay? This one, this one, this one. Uh, this look. That's a strange look. I don't know. I look at this stuff and I always look at body language and stuff because I've spent a lot of time, like, I'm very interested in true crime and psychology and like criminology. And I pay attention to a lot of like nonverbal cues when I'm observing people. And there's something about his body language that is just, it seems like he's uncomfortable being there. And I wonder why that would be if he believes he's telling the truth. To me, it just means he doesn't really want to be there. And he knows he sort of like has to lie in a sense to pretend that this was big scary when like they knew about it the whole time. And as he said, he was in constant communication with Agent Impola. I'm sorry, but could we get a meme? This is the last time I'm going to do this. Can someone screenshot this right now? And I want a meme of this look on his face. And I want someone to write, if only you knew how bad things really are. That's this look, guys. The if only you knew how bad things really are meme. This is that look. This is the if only you knew how bad things really are look. The look of shame of, I know I've got to lie, but dang it, I don't want to. It's that like uncomfortableness that is just, you can tell. And am I crazy or are you guys seeing this too? The weird faces and stuff that these people make. But it actually, I would say that his body language kind of, he presents more as somebody who is less evil than somebody like Impola or Jason Chambers, who couldn't stop smirking up there. Impola and his like that weird, creepy like smile he would make. I feel like it's weird. All right, let's continue. So I don't, they have no questions for him. Why would y'all have no questions for this guy? Why wouldn't you guys ask him? Like, so the defense had no questions for him. Um, yeah, well, you are crazy, but that is unrelated. True. That's true, guys. I haven't had anything to eat today. I haven't gone to the bathroom once. I've been sitting in this chair for 5 hours and 18 minutes now. I think that you're right. I am potentially crazy. Um, Now the rest of this for this other guy, he's pretty irrelevant too. This is just more of the police testifying. Let's see. Then we got the judge. Then they're in recess. Oh my gosh. Okay, so something's happening. All right, back it up. We've got Pinky Brewster. Pinky is back. Pinky is back. No one puts Pinky in a corner. We're not going to have it. I've only eaten cookies today. Oh my gosh, I want cookies. Guys, I actually have, waiting for me upstairs, a cinnamon roll. We baked them last night, and there's one left, I think, if nobody ate it. And I want that freaking cinnamon roll. I'm going to throw it in the microwave for 5 seconds just to get it a little warm, but not too warm, just enough to get the frosting a little melty again. And I want to eat that. Oh my gosh, JR says, I just made a homemade breakfast burrito for lunch and it was delicious. That sounds awesome. At least ask, quote, did you take any steps to verify the credibility of this threat, or was your assumption based solely on the words of the feds? Exactly. Good question. I mean, they had to have known, like, the FBI came and installed the poll cams. Her security detail would have been made aware of that. They would have had to coordinate with them because they're the ones that like are doing all of this, and they put the poll cams up there. Like, her security detail manages, as he said, everything about her and her family and all of that. So they would have had to go through him to install the poll cams in advance, and I believe those poll cams went up well before the daytime recon. And so he would have been, and as he said, he was in constant contact with Impala. So I just don't buy the idea that this guy was scared at all. Oh my gosh, it was a felonious 5 seconds. Okay, so she says to sustain a conviction, the people in their case in chief would have had to. What? Where'd you go, Pinky? Okay, wait. So while there was testimony that Adam Fox asked for money for a quote unquote baker, which again could be referring to anything. I mean, there was no actual testimony provided that William Null actually gave money or other currency to Adam Fox. Moving to financial services. To sustain a conviction, the case in chief must have included testimony and or evidence that William Null provided financial services in the light most favorable to the people. There was no evidence or testimony that William Null gave financial services to Adam Fox, Barry Croft, or the Wolverine Watchman. For example, there was some testimony regarding setting up a 501c3 in order to procure money to essentially hide how individuals were purchasing things. But there was no testimony that William Null offered to set up that 501c3. Nope, that was Steve Robeson, or that it was even his idea. Moving to lodging. In order to sustain a conviction, the people's case in chief must have included testimony or other evidence that William Null provided lodging. In the light most favorable to the people, there is no evidence or testimony that William Null gave or provided Adam Fox, Barry Croft, or the Watchman lodging, a place to sleep, a place to have meetings, etc. For example, there was testimony that Ty Garbin offered and provided his property in Luther, Michigan, but William Null did not provide his house, tents, a camper, or any other means in order for individuals to lodge themselves. Moving to training. To sustain a conviction, the people's case in chief must have included testimony and or other evidence that William Null provided training. This requires strict construction of the statute. I believe she said that wrong. I think she means adherence to the statute. Let most favorable to the people. There is no evidence or testimony that William Null provided Adam Fox, Barry Croft with training either by hosting a field training exercise, directing a field training exercise, scheduling a field training exercise, or leading any of the people at a field training exercise. For example, there is no testimony that William Null instructed land navigation, medical training, shoot or kill house training, close quarter combat training, live fire drills training, dry fire drills training, running and bounding drills, or tactical reloading drills. Specifically, there was testimony that Paul Beller instructed the medical training in Cambria, and Dan Harris instructed medical training in Luther. Additionally, there was some testimony in regards to Steve Robeson's involvement organizing Cambria, Wisconsin training. There was testimony CHS Dan taught land navigation at Luther, Michigan. Yes, he did. And that's what Barry was told they were going to do that night. There was testimony that Paul Beller, Ty Garbin, CHS Dan, UCE led the shoot house or kill house trainings. There was testimony that the Wolverine Watchman and Ty Garbin hosted the Luther FTX training. Moving to safe houses. In order to sustain a conviction, the people's case in chief must include testimony and or other evidence that William Null provided safe houses. In the light most favorable to the people, there is no evidence or testimony that William Null provided Adam Fox, Barry Croft, or the Wolverine Watchman with safe houses. In fact, there were no testimony about any safe houses. Moving the court's attention to false documentation. Oh, shit. Let's go, Pinky. To sustain a conviction, the people's case in chief must have included testimony about other evidence that William Null provided false documentation. In the light most favorable to the people, there was no evidence or testimony that William Null gave or provided Adam Fox, Barry Croft, or the Wolverine Watchman with false state identification cards, false passports, false credentials, false badges, false documents, etc. In fact, there was no evidence regarding any false documents of any sort. Moving the court's attention to communications equipment. To sustain a conviction, the people's case in chief must have included testimony and or other evidence that William Null provided communications equipment. In the light most favorable to the people, there was no evidence or testimony that Null gave or provided Fox, Croft, or the Watchman with cell phones, radios, computers, tablets, or any other form of communications equipment. For example, there was testimony Special Agent Impola had provided the CHSs and undercovers with radios that were used on the alleged nighttime surveillance. But William Null did not provide those communications equipment. Turning the court's attention to facilities. To sustain a conviction, the people's case in chief must have included testimony or evidence that William Null provided facilities. In the light most favorable to the people, there was no evidence or testimony that Null gave or provided Fox, Croft, or the Watchman with his home or properties to Adam Fox. For example, there was testimony Sean Fix provided his Bellevue home for a alleged training and meeting. There was testimony Ty Garvin provided his Luther, Michigan property for several meetings and trainings, as well as the training that happened September 12th and 13th at the Luther FTX. There was testimony one or more of Wolverine Watchman provided a Munith property for FTX trainings. There is no testimony William Null provided any facilities to Adam Fox, Barry Croft, or any other individuals. Weapons. To sustain a conviction, the people's case in chief must include testimony and or other evidence that William Null provided weapons. In the light most favorable to the people, there was no evidence or testimony that Null gave or provided Adam Fox, Barry Croft, or the Wolverine Watchman with weapons. For example, there was testimony that Sean Fix offered a Connex box, the Connex box, he claimed that he had a storage container filled with like 150 long guns. This was not true. It didn't exist. Fix was LARPing at the time as a fake Navy SEAL. There was no other evidence regarding providing weapons to members of the Wolverine Watchmen, Adam Fox, Barry Croft. Lethal substances. To sustain a conviction, the people's case in chief must include testimony or evidence that William Null provided lethal substances. In the light most favorable to the people, there was no evidence or testimony that William Null provided Adam Fox, Barry Croft, or the Wolverine Watchmen with any sort of poisons or chemicals. Moving to explosives. To sustain a conviction, the people's case in chief must provide testimony or evidence that William Null provided explosives. In light most favorable to the people, there was no evidence or testimony that William Null gave or provided Adam Fox, Barry Croft, or the Wolverine Watchmen explosives. There was testimony that Barry Croft and Dan Harris taped pennies to a firecracker in Cambria, Wisconsin, and Barry Croft brought another type of device to Luther for the FTX, but William Null did not provide any explosives. Now she's getting to transportation. To sustain a conviction, the people's case in chief must include testimony and or evidence that William Null provided transportation. In the light most favorable to the people, there was no evidence or testimony William Null provided or gave Adam Fox, Barry Croft, or the Wolverine Watchmen transportation or drove them anywhere. There was testimony that CHS Dan drove the Watchmen to Cambria, Wisconsin. There was also testimony that CHS Dan drove Adam Fox to the daytime surveillance on August 29, 2020. There was testimony that Brian Higgins drove Barry Croft and Steve Robeson from their hotel in Grand Rapids to the rallying point in Elk Rapids for that nighttime surveillance, but there was no evidence provided that William Null drove Adam Fox, Barry Croft, or members of the Wolverine Watchmen anywhere. Now she's moving to physical assets or tangible property. Like, how are they providing, quote, material support to DTs? In order to sustain a conviction, the people's case in chief must include testimony and or other evidence that William Null provided physical assets or tangible property. And the most favorable to the people, there was no evidence or testimony that William Null gave or provided Adam Fox, Barry Croft, or the Watchmen with any sort of devices, patents, patent applications, trade names, trademarks, service marks, copyrights, or trade secrets. Now we're getting to expert services and assistance. Basically, She's arguing that they've not met their burden to sustain the charges against these men. So she's arguing that I think that they should dismiss the case. Okay, now. Oh, okay, so she says expert services. There's been no evidence that anyone has provided expert services. In the light most favorable to the people, there was no evidence or testimony that William Knoll gave or provided Adam Fox, Barry Croft, or Wolverine Watchman with any expertise. For example, there was testimony Paul Beller, a former military vet with medic training, provided medical training to Watchmen. Additionally, there was testimony Ty Garvin was a proficient three-gun competitor and provided his marksmanship services to the Watchmen, Adam Fox, Barry, and Barry. There is no testimony that William Knoll was an expert in anything. Now she's getting to personnel. This is where it gets interesting. Generally speaking, this court does not have to follow federal interpretations and accompanying state statutes unless the Michigan Supreme Court instructs that the rules should be the same. However, the Michigan Supreme Court typically instructs courts to follow the federal interpretations of statutes, which they mirror closely. As this court is well aware, we have repeatedly put before the court that the federal comparisons to the companion statute 18 U.S.C. section 2339AE closely mirrors, oh my God, the Michigan anti-terror law. If anything, the Michigan Supreme Court would only depart from the federal standard to provide greater due process protections. This concept has been echoed by Justice William Brennan in his Harvard Law Review article titled, quote, State Constitutions and Protections of Individual Rights. Justice Brennan wrote that state courts cannot rest when they have afforded their citizens the full protection of the federal Constitution. He continued to say state constitutions, too, are a font of individual liberties. Their protections often extend beyond those required by the Supreme Court's interpretation of federal law. While Justice Brennan has a liberal viewpoint, this concept has been adopted in a bipartisan way and acknowledged. It is acknowledged by the Sixth Circuit Chief Judge Jeffrey Seton, who is a conservative and has repeatedly agreed with this concept. In his books published in 2008 and 2021, this concept is also found in Michigan jurisprudence. For example, the recent reform of the juvenile life without parole statute case law shows Michigan provides greater and stronger protections than the Eighth Amendment of the Constitution. In People versus Long, Michigan provided greater protections than the Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution. It follows that Michigan, through its Constitution, should provide greater protections than the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. While our Supreme Court has noted that constitutional challenges based on vagueness can be brought under the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment, and that those states that make those determinations should also take into consideration any judicial constructions of that statute. If you look at the federal companion statute 18 USCA section 2339AE, the Supreme Court of the United States held that Congress cured any potential vagueness when it enacted the definition in the IRTPA. The Supreme Court further stated that providing material support that constitutes personnel is defined as, quote, knowingly providing a person to work under a terrorist organization, direction, or control, or to organize, manage, supervise, or otherwise direct the operations of that organization. That statute makes clear personnel does not cover independent agency. That is from Holder versus Humanitarian Law Project 561 US 1 from 2010. Without defining personnel, Michigan legislature and her judicial system are falling far below the federal standard and federal protections guaranteed by the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. In short, Michigan provides fewer protections than the U.S. Constitution. How's that possible? We ask this court to adopt that, and I will continue to argue based on that assumption. To sustain a conviction, the people's case in chief must include testimony and other evidence that William Null provided personnel, meaning that he provided himself or others to work under Adam Fox, Barry Croft, or the Wolverine Watchman, direction or control for the organized, managed, supervised, or otherwise directed the operations of Adam Fox, Barry Croft, or the Wolverine Watchman. There is no evidence or testimony that William Null gave or provided himself to Adam Fox, Barry Croft, or the Watchman. The testimony revealed William Null was not at any of the pertinent planning meetings, while the people do believe the June 6, 2020 Dublin meeting counts towards the general umbrella of the plot that was far too back in time to count towards this, that had developed quite a bit since June 6th, all the way up until September. And don't forget, Pinky Brewster, the government called and chaired that meeting. You should be saying that. Outside of Adam Fox's statements, unsupported statements, there was no evidence William Null actually met with Adam Fox. In regards to the pertinent planning meetings, William Null was not present at the following: any of the numerous planning meetings and trainings in Munich, Michigan with the Wolverine Watchmen, at any of the Back Shack meetings at Fox's place of employment and residence, the planning meeting at Peoples, Ohio, which was on June 18, 2020, with Barry Croft and Adam Fox, the planning meeting at Cambria on July 11th, 2020, after the FTX, which took place at Dino's Diner. William Null was not at the planning meeting in Bellevue, Michigan on August 1, 2020, Sean Fix's residence with Adam Fox and the FBI. William Null was not at the planning meeting or daytime surveillance in Elk Rapids on August 29, 2020. Additionally, there is a leadership component to personnel. There is no evidence that William Null was in any leadership position for Adam, Barry, or the Watchmen. And she has attached an exhibit that outlines. So there was testimony that Joe Morrison, Pete Musico, Ty Garvin, and Paul Beller were in the top leadership of the Watchmen. There's testimony that Stephen was the XO or second in command for the Wolverine Watchmen. There's testimony Barry Croft. What? What just happened? And they cut it off. How rude. no point did Adam Fox refer to William Null as a commander or an XO. No, that was just Dan. That was the FBI that was the XO of the group. There was no evidence presented that William Null joined Adam's team or whatever militia group that the FBI created for him and gave to him called the Michigan Patriot 3 Percenters. There was testimony Sean Fix swore that oath in front of the Wolverine Watchman. I don't believe that's true. I think she means in front of like Dan. That's not the Wolverine Watchman. If she's talking about that one meeting, Dan being there is not, he's the XO of the Watchman. So maybe she's right in that regard. Specifically with CHS Dan's testimony, he narrowed down Adam's quote, kill squad. CHS Dan stated Fox believed his squad included CHS Dan, Adam Fox, Dan Harris, Caleb Franks, Ty Garvin, and Brandon Caserta. And there's no reason why he thought this. Brandon has never heard anything about a K squad. Adam was talking and just kind of like saying that, oh, yeah, this is what I would like. That doesn't mean it's real. The brothers were not listed as part of this. There was also lengthy testimony regarding the FAFO chat. Again, the FBI's chat. Special Agent Impala testified the FAFO chat, also referred to as the operator's chat, Mr. Null was not part of. The individuals on the chat were Adam Fox, UCE Red, so the FBI agent, Dan Harris, CHS Dan, UCE Mark, Caleb Franks, Paul Beller, Sean Fix, and a Michael, last name unknown. Excuse me? How many times have we come into we don't know the name of the person. Oh, we just have their picture, but we don't know who it is. Oh, we just have their phone number, but we don't know who it is. No, they know who these people are. Who is the Michael that doesn't have a last name? Because I guarantee it's another cop. Was not identified to be Michael Null. She's saying there's other considerations the court has to evaluate, considering the people's theory. Specifically, the people have argued participation in the FTX training counts towards material support. Participation in trainings is not one of the enumerated items of material support. This should not be confused with providing training. Strict construction of the statute requires that the defendant, in order for a defendant to be guilty under the training aspect, they must have provided the training. In order for the people to prevail on the theory that participation in an FTX is enough, it has to be under the personnel. Assuming that William Null was a part of this, William Null had to have known Adam Fox's plan, essentially having the knowledge requirement when he's participating in training. There was testimony that William Null was told of Adam Fox's training around 5:40 p.m. with People's Exhibit 181. This is after William Null participated in the alleged shoot house that UCE Red testified to. Specifically, Red testified that Ty Garvin constructed this to symbolize the governor's summer home. There was no testimony. William Null knew that. Additionally, that testimony was not corroborated by UCE Mark, Undercover Dan, or Special Agent Impala. Another consideration that the court must determine is the nighttime surveillance or recon. Surveillance or recon is not one of the enumerated items listed in the material support definition. The only way for the people to prevail on this theory is under personnel. Under the prosecution's theory, not only was there no testimony that William Null did anything in UCE Mark's vehicle other than look around, this would fall short and fail that William Null was acting under the control of Adam Fox or Barry Croft. It's not clear from the testimony that Adam Fox directed UCE Mark's car what to do that evening. There is testimony from Undercover Mark that Adam tasked Mark's car, as well as CHS Dan. Undercover Red testified he did not hear Adam Fox task the car, but that Dan did task Undercover Mark's car. So the FBI tasked the FBI. Wow. Undercover Mark testified that even though he had a recording device on recording, the recording device did not pick up Adam Fox tasking them their car. Oh, right. This is another magical time where, suddenly our recording devices aren't working, but then later they are. Oh, how nice. Every time it gets to exposing their lies, it just, we had an accident and it just didn't record. Yeah. It's because it doesn't exist. Adam was not doing anything. He didn't have a plan. He wasn't giving orders. Adam was literally in the back seat, and Dan is in the front seat with Special Agent Bates, and they're telling them what to do. That's it. That's what happened. She is continuing. I think the court has to determine whether or not nighttime surveillance or recon and participating in trainings is enough for material support. Defendant William Null stands on the fact that when a defendant stands to be convicted under one of two theories, one of them is permissible and the other is not, that conviction demands a reversal because a defendant cannot be convicted under an impermissible theory. We cannot determine why a jury would convict if two theories are outlined. It is weird. Without this court limiting personnel to the federal statute and making sure my client's due process rights are observed, there's a risk he could be convicted under an impermissible theory of law. We are requesting that this court dismiss all of the said elements I've outlined. I will give credit to the prosecution that unless the prosecutor adopts the federal definition for personnel with that limiting factor of the U.S. Supreme Court ruled under Holder versus Humanitarian Law Project, personnel could go to the jury if there is not the requirement that they are someone who operates directly under. So I ask that the court grant that verdict, at least for financial securities, currency, financial services, lodging, trainings, safe houses, false documentation, facilities, weapons, lethal substances, explosives, transportation, physical assets, or tangible property, expert services, or expert assistance. And lastly, that you adopt the federal protection under personnel and dismiss under personnel as well. Thank you. So we know that's not going to happen, but let's just hear what the judge says. Okay, so they are basically adopting all of what she just said. The other defense side, but also pointing out they lack jurisdiction in multiple cities and counties outside of Antrim County. Um, those, for those cases, they need to adopt. We ask for a direct verdict dismissing Mr. Michael Null from this action. Now they're saying we offer no objection as to adopting for Mike Null to our brief as well. Now, but Mr. Barnett's going to whine. I'm just kidding. Okay, so he says, talking about actually, we like Mr. Burnett. We're going to be nice to him. I just had it with this whole thing. Come on. He says a couple points of law as far as they can go without comparing them to Mr. Molitor's case. I would like to have the court understand that we're moving for an acquittal at this time as a formality. I've had no new reasons. I just think it's important that I ask the court to reconsider a decision it did make, a request for a mistrial earlier for the prejudice caused by what I felt was egregious misrepresentation of evidence that was corrected, and also the prejudice that occurred with the short video clips where he was allowed to do the judge did let him play some of the other clips from the interview with Von Dusen, but that was I don't know why this judge allowed an interview from January of 2023 to be introduced into evidence in a case from 2020 to expand the video clips in the audio. I just have a concern that I asked the court to revisit those after the courts heard all the evidence. Maybe they'd have a different perspective, whether under the legal standard that could be looked at as a formality. No new reasons. Just think it's important at this stage to have the court reconsider that. Nothing material happened, or here in Wexford or Lake counties. And he says to the pending charges, count one should be rejected by the court at this point. Obviously, count two would go along with that. Specifically, Eric Molitor also had no knowledge, no intent for each one of these immaterial resources, or didn't do them at all financially. Financial securities, there's no testimony or evidence or exhibits about any financial securities or services. Not $1. There was no lodging. There's no training. He's trained no one. He provided no safe houses to anyone, no false documentation or identification. No evidence was presented, so of false IDs, no communication devices. Uh, no communicating to each other, no facilities. Nothing happened at Eric's house. And which weapons were provided, knowingly with intent to support, to provide material support or resources. No lethal substances, no explosives, no personnel. I would ask the court again to revisit and consider the proceeding. If there's any change of Michigan law to the instructions, once your prior ruling has indicated, to include personnel. So I would ask the court to reconsider that, go back to what the legislators have provided in Michigan as to instructions, how they make sense with the charges. They had every opportunity to include personnel, and they chose not to. I think that's deliberate, and that we should consider honoring and standing by the legislators' decision to not include that. They knew the federal law at that point, and personnel, obviously, Eric has not provided any personnel. He has not provided himself with any intent to commit these alleged harmful acts. He provided no transportation. Looking next at physical assets, I'm sure there will be an argument made that a duplicate video, when we look at the bigger picture, was all they needed. So he said, he's basically saying if we look at the pictures that Adam already had from Realtor.com, they already had pictures and videos that the FBI, of course, instructed and sent. So why do they even need Eric's slow motion video? Those pictures came directly from the app that was on the phone of Adam. Oh, of CHS Dan. And also on the phone of Adam Fox. That was revealed by exhibit, actually brought to light that what was on that. Assets have to have some value. So we've got all these pictures that Adam Fox took, these short little video clips. We didn't know it was going to be freeze framed. It was a fleeting video. A fleeting video does nothing. It adds nothing. It adds no value. If there is somebody that owns stocks and the stocks have zero value, then obviously it's not an asset. It has to have some value, something of consequence. It has to be material. They can't just define the two parts of the statute. I would ask the court to ignore the common sense determination of materiality. So the video that was taken, if we took that away, these guys, they lose nothing on the Attorney General's side. They have no difference in this case whatsoever. There's no value. Look at the RF device that was given at the home of Eric. He was talking about it already, showing it off. Look what I have. Before he got in the car, before he ever heard any crazy talk about, he'd already brought it. And Adam kept pestering him to bring it. But he didn't know what was going on at the training on the 12th. He was not inside on any of it. There's been no evidence that he did anything but just his usual routine training, or what was the same training everybody else did. Of the 29 folks that weren't arrested, he was involved in innocent conduct that day. There's no proof that anything happened because of the RF device. One person's phone was discovered, Jenny P's. She still had a meeting at 5 o'clock that day when they're showing videos of explosives. We take that RF device, which we don't even know if it worked. There's been no expert testimony to support that. That's their burden. It's a toy. It's a $50, $60 toy Molitor bought for security reasons. It had no value. So there's two things that have no value. There's no nexus at all to Antrim County. He didn't go to that training thinking they were going to be training to do something to the governor or the boat or a snatch and grab, anything. Neither, nothing. He'd heard nothing. He went there with innocent purposes. That's what he does. He trains, he competes. He was doing what he does all the time, which is weapons proficiency. They don't have any evidence otherwise. So there's not a connection of the RF device to any intent that he was knowingly or knew it could be used for some evil purpose. And what they had was a couple people waving it around. At Jenny's P's phone buzz, they don't say who did it, who did that. They don't say Eric did it. She was not revealed as a bad person, as somebody that would be informing for the government. And they just told her, take your phone back to your car. There was nothing more than that. Oh, my danger, my OPSEC. These people all signed in. If they had intent to do something nefarious and or evil, I would bet they wouldn't sign in and put their names on a sign-in sheet. Eric signed in. The folks they testified from the government that were there signed in. So the word knowingly in the statute requires a new KNEW. He knew the intent to influence or affect. He needed to have intent to coerce, threaten, and harm, and knowingly take actions to do those things. The evidence is not there that he knowingly, that he had that intent. This instruction is almost bizarre because even if you do a felony at the bottom, it still comes around. It comes around again at the bottom of the instruction. It reads, even if you commit the felony, that it gets erased when intent gets talked about. As to coercion, threatening harm, influencing, or affecting government, or the short list that goes beyond that. So it's quite an instruction. It would be helpful for the court, even at this point, if we were to get that far. Eric is not a party to this plan. Sounds like it got put in place in September. He's not at any meetings the entire time. No meetings. One training, which they can't pin on him that he had no information of anything. And those two meetings in the end. Two that he wasn't even invited to. He took a video. He was tasked. We can understand why that was done. This is so boring, this part. Sorry, guys. I know no one wants to hear me say this guy's little statement word for word. He's basically arguing the same thing that Pinky Brewster was arguing, which is that if you look at their statute for what constitutes providing, quote, material support, this does not reach that standard. That's what he's basically arguing. Okay. Now the prosecutor here is arguing that, oh no, actually, we did meet our burden. Now here is Barnett again saying, no, actually, there's no discussion. He's out in the cold. He's not trusted. He's not included in things. He went to a simple routine training. There's no facts here that he came. He said in a light most favorable to the prosecutor. They don't even have that. Case was botched by their witnesses. They're not strong witnesses. Some of them were. To follow this equipment, $50 item, it's a joke that you can buy in the back of magazines. This is why I think that Eric got for other reasons. I know he did security. He worked for Guy Sam. We know he went to Muskegon. We know he worked at Menards. The guy's into security. So he's not giving any legit help here. He didn't provide anything material. You know what he did for us? Who told us that you could hear all this crazy and not do a thing about it because you don't want to get involved? He said, it's not a crime to not record somebody. If you could even tell it was. Dan did something on the way back. He said there's many reasons why Eric didn't take this forward, why Amanda Keller didn't take this forward for months. This guy had 2 weeks, basically. A month, maybe. Until October 7th. He didn't go down and get the free gear. He loves gear. Want to hop in the car and go down to get some free gear? All of his actions show that he was out. This is not a conspiracy charge. Sure seems like it. But we look back at all the conspiracy actions, they don't exist. He said he's enthusiastic about the things he's all in for. He's not enthusiastic about this. He says that he cares about rights and his rights to do things, but never to the point of harming someone else. So he said there's no motive. The facts are so low, the court can take this out of the jury's hands, and should. So that's what they're arguing. They're trying to get the case dismissed. And they say it's the appropriate thing to do. Now, the judge says, I don't know how long it's going to take me to go over this. My apologies. There'll be a recess until he makes a decision. Thank you. All right. So They're still on recess even right now. So we're caught up now for the full day's proceedings. And basically, I think that the case should get dismissed. I don't believe they met their burden to show that these guys provided, quote, material support. And again, every single thing in here is just the FBI doing things. So I'm going to probably end my stream now. I've been streaming for 6 hours and 14 minutes. Haven't had one thing to eat today. Haven't used the bathroom once. And I have to go to the bathroom. And I want that freaking cinnamon roll. So here's where we stand. I guarantee that what's going to happen, and we'll pick up tomorrow morning. I'll do this all over again. If you guys want, we're just me talking about everything that's happening. There isn't really a point to watch these proceedings. You can, if you want, you can watch them on the clowns that are trying to threaten me's channel. But I just feel like it's so obvious at this point. Do we need to do this every single day? Just refuting their lies? I mean, we can. I would like to cover some of the testimony, like when Eric gets up there. But right now, they're just asking for the whole thing to be dropped, which I believe it should be. And I think that the judge should have done that. When it was first revealed that Special Agent Impola had tampered with evidence, when it was revealed that he'd gone in and manually changed the timestamp on a conversation to make it appear that what Eric said on the drive back from the daytime recon was actually what he said on the way there, that should have been, the judge should have said right there, okay, that's it. This case is being dismissed because of tampering and misconduct. That's what it is. It is a malicious prosecution of people that are being targeted really for their political opinions and because they were peripherally close to people that the FBI decided to frame. So I'm going to wrap it up here for today, and I will keep everybody posted about everything. And, I'm sure the judge is not going to dismiss this, and this is going to continue on for the rest of the week. So, but that was it. I mean, it seemed like they're kind of like, there's nothing here. They can bring in more witnesses, but for what? All they're going to do is talk about Adam and Barry, and all they're going to try to do is like rehash a fake narrative that these three guys have like nothing to do with. It's ridiculous. So I just think it's a waste of everybody's time, and it makes me very sad. Son of Liberty says the judge should have thrown it out the moment he realized the mere mention of entrapment would collapse their house of cards. Yeah, but he decided that entrapment wasn't going to be allowed to be raised as a defense in this case. At least the judge is going to look. Yeah, well, I think that he has to, but I was looking at his body language while they were making their case, the defense lawyers and stuff. These are like formalities. He has to, consider their motion and he has to make his ruling, but he didn't look like he was really on board with that, But anyways, I'm going to wrap it up here for today, and I will see you guys tomorrow morning. So have a good day, everybody. Bye.